now, Madam Mayor. Give me just a second.
Do we have an order to call them?
Yes, I have it here, so I will call them up in the order.
Okay.
Don't make us be.
An order to call them?
Madam Mayor, it is 5:06 and we are live.
Thank you very much, excuse me, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the November 18th special meeting of the City Commission of Lake Worth Beach, Florida. May I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Rash,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Mimi May,
Present.
Commissioner Anthony Segridge.
Present. Great. I'll lead the pledge. Mimi will lead the pledge.
Mimi will read.
Commissioner May.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Someday we're going to say.
We do say it right.
Madam Mayor, I have a question just for
Sure.
clarification.
Yes.
Okay, so I remember we talked briefly about this at the pre-agenda meeting, but if they're on the HRP currently and they're on planning and zoning, we're not replacing them. They're still serving at our pleasure, correct?
I'm curious.
We're only replacing the open, so the people who are still on the board didn't need to reapply?
Yeah, so remember at the end of the meeting, we talked
Right.
about that, and because I had brought that up.
Sure.
And what we said is we didn't put out for everybody. We put out for vacant
Okay,
positions.
I just want to clear. Okay,
So
we're
once
only
we
filling
fill-
the vacancies.
Correct. Once we fill these, then we can do like after we finish the ordinance for all the
we'll-
advisory boards, then we can redo it.
Thank you.
Okay.
That was my recollection, at least.
Okay, but like because Mr. Harry, yeah, is on the board and he's also, we have all we have to go by is the applications that we got, and he's one of them.
What are you talking about?
Henry Polsky. For the
No.
Planning and Zoning Board.
No,
I have it
No,
right.
he could reapply.
Why do I have this in my package then?
I don't have it.
who else do you have?
Maybe there,
Anthony Zeitlin, Greg Richter.
The applications that I have are from Ken Gross, Michelle-
Gross.
Michelle Huffman, Jackson Stahl, I apologize if I mispronounced the name, who also applied for the PZB board, Daniela Amandor, Jordan Baker, Greg Richter, Daryl Shadow, and then Anthony Zeitlin. Those were the applications that we received for this round.
Okay, and we have for, excuse me, Planning and Zoning, I believe we have 3 vacancies.
Yeah, pick 2, pick 3.
Yeah,
say that again.
Pick 2, pick 3.
so HRPB, we are picking 2,
Look in your packet, the one
Two.
with paper clipped, Chris.
That I
and
didn't,
PZB,
Open it up.
we have 3 vacancies as of right now.
On the P
Okay.
and Z board. We have
The
2 for
PZB,
HRPB.
correct.
Okay, great.
This is for later.
All right. So are there more than one applicant in the room right now as we sit here?
They're all here.
Right. Well, it's,
I'm sorry.
thank you. We ask as a courtesy, it's completely up to you, but as a courtesy, because it's a little weird being up here, being asked questions by strangers, right? But they can still hear in the hallway, right? If you'd like, go out and wander around, go to the lobby,
if you're not up.
when we call
we
you,
can Ask them individually.
right? It's not fair, the
You don't
first
have
person,
to.
second person.
But
So, so is Ken Gross first?
Yes.
When you're
Madam
done, come back in. Okay,
And
so,
just before the applicants leave, we're going to give everyone a minute to introduce themselves and then 3 minutes to answer questions.
okay, and Ken Gross is up first.
Correct.
And if you, as a courtesy, it'd be, yeah. Ken Gross.
You have to turn them.
Yeah.
There you go.
you may have to lift it up.
Ken Gross, 310 South M Street.
Just tell us why.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
so-
apparently we're pretty loose, and you're going to be
All right.
timed by the clerk.
I think last time we.
Introduce yourself, Mr. Gross, please.
Okay,
They had
so-
a 2-minute intro before last, or is that what we did?
It was a minute for introductions and then 3 minutes to answer questions.
Got it.
Okay, so I've lived in central Palm Beach County since 2003. I've been coming to Lake Worth for about 15 years now. I've lived within the city of Lake Worth Beach for about 10 years now, and 3 years ago I purchased, and I live within the historic district, the Southeast Lucerne, and I'm very happy that I live in the historic district. I love the character of the town. I love it's not what you get anywhere else in Palm Beach County. And I've also learned very recently through a couple building permits that there's a lot more involved than just living here, than just being here, that we have to go and make sure everything's appropriate. So that's why I'm here today. My background, I have a background in business, and then my immediate background is in construction. I work for a small construction company that specializes in roofing and concrete restoration, mostly for condos. We do everything.
That was a minute. Excuse me, that was a minute.
Thank you.
Let me just get. Thank you very much. Let's start with this. I'll start with District 1. I know we all have questions.
Can you elaborate a little bit about what you just said, that you've learned not too recently that it takes more than just getting some approval? What do you mean by that?
I've learned that there's this whole process. It's almost like getting a second building permit. So it's like you got to go get a building permit and then go get another building permit from the historic district, from that side of the community sustainability office. And they're looking at the age of the house and everything that you're doing and making sure that it goes with their guidelines.
Is it your own home that you
Yes.
with?
Yes, that's with my own home.
Okay, so you bought a historical home, you went through the process, and learned that it's not just cut and dry.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm doing construction within the city actually right now on F Street, but that's not a historic property.
My other question is, in your community involvement, you put outspoken member of the community. But
I think so.
And that doesn't scare me, but I've been around since 2009 and I've personally never met you and I've never seen you. So I'd like to know, what in the community have you been involved in that's made you so outspoken?
Well, I've been trying to get in touch with the neighborhood associations, with mine, and with the NAPC, and I've been fairly active in that for several years now.
Okay, as a volunteer, as a board member?
I'm a board member now. I've been a volunteer, a volunteer for about 8-9 years now. I became a board member last year.
Thank you.
Yeah, it can be a learning experience, as you're finding out.
Yes.
The HRPB, of course, deals with the historic districts in residential areas, but it also deals with historic district downtown. And I'm curious, sort of your feelings. We've had several times, I don't remember his exact position, but he was with the Palm Beach County Tourism Bureau, maybe the director, anyhow, fairly high up. And I've asked him repeatedly, did he think our historic downtown was an important part of our tourism draw? And he's always answered very quickly, yes. What would you do to protect that aspect of our economic engine in the downtown part? So separate from
In Old Town,
what's that?
in Old Town, in that historic district?
The downtown.
Yes, off of Lake and Lucerne.
Yeah.
So I think the historic character of the district is one of the many facets of the downtown and why people are coming to Lake Worth Beach. It's a living, breathing community. There's commerce, restaurants, businesses all up and down. And there was 100 years ago and 120 years ago when the city was founded. And that's continuing to this day. So yes, there's a historic charm and character there, but it's still going to this day. So we want to protect it while allowing the current businesses to also thrive.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
So I just wanted to clarify, because I've been on the NAPC for 8 years, never met you before.
No, I'm not on the NAPC
Okay.
board. I'm sorry. I've been trying to get involved with the events.
Okay, so what,
So-
you're in downtown Jewel?
Yes.
Okay.
So you've seen me. I was on the raft that sunk
Mhm.
and I,
Won't hold that against you.
Okay.
Too.
Did you go to the Mango Groves Carnival Crawl?
I did not because it was my father's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday to your dad. For the Historic Preservation Board, how, so I've seen homeowners come in and they want to do something that they see other people have done that isn't appropriate. And they cry. And I just want to know how would you speak to somebody like that in that situation?
Well, you know, those homeowners need to know that they're in the historic district. It's part of why they moved here. It's part of why they bought their house. And there are rules about what they can do. They can do a lot.
Mhm.
There's a lot that you can do, but it has to be consistent with the character and the age of the home. There's not a whole lot that you can't do, but
So you'd
You
be an
have to be able-
ambassador for the rules. is what you're
Yes.
saying.
Y-
Okay.
yes, and in a way that would still allow them to have their house and have it meet their needs today.
Okay.
Because we're not living in a museum, but they do need to follow the rules.
Right. And so I don't have a historic home. So,
Mhm.
I mean, I would assume as my home, I want a new roof and I want hurricane windows and I want to make sure that it has, top security. Can you do that in a historic home?
Yes. Yes. In fact, I put a new roof on my house last year and I'm in the process of putting new windows in, and I had a delay in the windows because the staff at the building department wanted me to put the mullions in, the muntins, so that they would reflect the age of the house from the 50s and the windows that are on it currently, which are awning windows.
Right.
And I had to really think about that because at first I didn't like it, but I realized that it would look better overall with the house.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you. That's time.
Oh, Anthony, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
No, I mean.
3 minutes.
Thank you. Oh,
I'll try to be quick. Besides your own house, how many historic board meetings have you attended?
I have not attended any of them.
Okay.
I will be honest. I've been watching them on the live stream. I've watched about the last 5.
Okay.
After I started getting more aware of this, and I've gone back and watched a considerable number of them to sort of get an idea of what the historic board is doing. But no, I had not personally attended them.
In your opinion, why do we have a historic board? If we have a historic department that sets up these rules and guidelines, what's the function of the historic board?
So for certain houses like that are historic non-contributing, that can go straight to the building department and they can make that approval. If they decline that, that can go to the historic board and it can be appealed for the owner. So it allows some oversight of the building department by people that are responsible to the commission, who's ultimately responsible for the voters. And it's not just the building department, a bunch of people that are hired.
And in your opinion, you mentioned character and quality, right?
Yes.
That's in the mission of a historic neighborhood as well as a historic board. Got to preserve the character and quality of the building. What does that mean to you? What does character and quality of a building mean? If you were to explain that to a layperson in the street who'd never went before the historic board, how would you explain that to somebody?
When I'm driving down the street and I look at a building, I can tell you what decade it was built in and how true it is to its original form. And in downtown Lake Worth Beach, you see a lot of that. And a lot of the buildings look like they're from the 50s and the 60s, which they are, or earlier. And they're not, they haven't been overdone. It's not a museum, so people are allowed to update them, but keeping in accordance with the style of the house.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Um,
Oh.
What do you think your biggest strength would be bringing? What strength do you think you'd be bringing to the board?
My experience in construction.
Have you worked with a group of people in sort of a panel experience before?
Not formally, no.
Do you understand it's a group?
Yes.
So your biggest strength is your background, okay. Do you get along, do you play well with others?
I try to. You'd have to ask the others.
I guess that's a matter of opinion, correct? It's just, that, the importance of working. If you play well with others.
Can I see your kindergarten report card?
Yeah, really. She's nice, but she bites. So in terms of personality, getting along with people, you feel comfortable doing.
I strive to get along with everyone.
Workers on teams when you're within your.
Oh, yes.
Business.
And, I'm the foreman of my company.
Okay.
I'm the manager,
How
but
many employees does the company have? Oh,
we have, I want to say 18 or 19.
okay.
So, but even though I'm in charge on the job site, I sometimes delegate to some of my guys. I say, I'll say to one of my guys, you're the carpenter, you tell me.
Okay. If you were appointed, what would be in terms of, here you're on the board, go
Mhm.
sit down, right? What would you do to prepare for that first meeting? So you get an agenda.
Mhm.
Here's what's coming before the board. It lists ordinances and things that are being appealed. So what would your first thing do when you got that agenda?
Well, I would read the staff report that's provided to me and look at all the individual houses that are being appealed
Mhm.
and sort of get an idea of maybe questions that might want to ask the home owner or the staff members
Would
from
you
the,
feel comfortable? I don't mean to interrupt. We have time. Would you feel comfortable calling staff like in preparation? Hey, can you answer this
Sure.
question for me? Okay. All right. I have nothing further. Thank you.
okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Be on your way. Be gone. Or session. Let me finish the sentence. Or you are welcome to stay.
But if you were appointed,
Yes, we are.
that's on.
Oh, yeah.
Would you like me to step out?
No, you're done. So you can stay. Okay, Madam Clerk, we are
The
now,
next-
Michelle Huffman.
Yes, and she's on Zoom.
She's on
You
Zoom.
have one, yes,
Where is she? Oh, why is she?
I guess we can ask her.
she is unmuted. You have a minute to introduce yourself.
Okay, can you see me at all?
Yeah, but you're,
Sideways.
can you?
Oh, I am, okay.
Yeah, go.
There you go. Hi, everybody. I'm in California because I'm attending a funeral. I had to sneak out for this meeting. So it's nice to see every one of you. Thank you for just the opportunity to get to know you just for this short moment. I have been coming to, let's see, Lake Worth for about almost 10 years. We have Airbnb a house over places at North R, but we finally purchased a beautiful historic home on 1013 North M Street. And we have fallen in love with the community and the neighborhood and our home above all else. And because of the historic charm of the house, I decided to do my part and serve in the community any way that I could. And I saw this opportunity open, so I'm giving it a shot. And also, my two adult children came along with me, and they also have become homeowners. One is on North N, and the other one bought a home on South M or South L.
Thank you. Oh, that's time.
Ms. Malega, we'll start with your questions.
Thank you. Thank you for choosing Lake Worth Beach and thank you for applying. I'm looking at your application. You have under interest activities and community involvement, volunteer service, youth mentoring, but there's no details.
Okay, so there's a lot going on. When my children were in high school, I volunteered as a parent teacher. Just in the whole entire time that they were there, I would volunteer on those boards and in the community around the high school. And then after that, I volunteered. Right now, currently, I'm a broker, so I volunteer for the Board of Realtors as the RPAC committee member. Gosh, there's a lot of other things. I obviously some types of different volunteer programs at church, which has been for decades now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're short on time. So there's been no community involvement with Lake Worth Beach. You don't sit on your neighborhood board.
Not yet.
Okay. What, besides being a real estate broker, what is your background that would lend to the Historic Resources Preservation Board that you would bring to the table?
So currently I'm a owner in a construction company in San Diego, and we've been in business for over a decade. And one of our specialties is historical home preservation. So that's what I would bring to the table.
Okay, and in that role, what is your role with the company?
So I'm part owner, 51%, and we just manage rentals. We manage and maintain rentals. So in just short of it, we would take possession of the rental. If it's a historic home, we would maintain it, preserve it, and get it rent ready. But in the process, we would have to adhere to all of the, regulations and just standards for the historic home district.
Okay, have you ever helped design or gone to any of the meetings in San Diego for those homes to get them through a historical board? Have you been through the process before?
I have not, because I'm not the management side of things, so those things were handled outside of my scope.
Okay, and have you ever had to go through the process with our permitting here in the city of Lake Worth Beach?
No, not yet.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McBoy.
Thank you, and thank you for taking time out of the difficult situation, imagine. It sounds like you are primarily thinking of the historic board from the residential neighborhoods and the historic districts within those residential neighborhoods. But I suspect you're well aware that our downtown also is got some historic aspects to it.
Yes.
What kind of things, how would you, or give an example of things that you would or wouldn't approve if you were appointed to the board relating to the downtown and to protection of any historic aspects of that?
Well, I actually love the downtown area. We spend a lot of time down there. And since being a business owner, I myself am very interested in just having a thriving downtown. So I think people take pride in where their storefront is and what it looks like. So I would definitely support the storefronts in the downtown area as a whole to be maintained and upkept and restored to the finest levels. And I know that that's not always easy, and we have people with differing opinions. So I would come in and offer and lend, I guess, as a form of a mediator from a business perspective, but also as being on the board is to preserve the charm of the area. So it's very important, and I feel that it can be done.
Do we have any time left? I think I might.
She'll cut you off.
Yeah, she'll cut me off. All right. It is a challenge, and it's particularly a challenge for us because we're not historic in the sense of Williamsburg or, some of the obvious historic places. But for South Florida, we are one of the few places that does have some of that character. How would you approve? Let's say there's a new development coming in and it requires destroying a historic building. How would you deal with that?
Like the MODA? I don't know, that's what came to mind. So that's really tricky, obviously, because I don't know all the details, and I know that there's history involved in this and things have already been approved and there's no going back on some of that stuff. Going forward, I would just want to work with what is possible for us as a community and a board to preserve and to maintain. Let's say that building is square and plain and it does not fit the scheme of or the culture or the vibe, so to speak, then I would hope to be able to talk to the developers or the owners and just kind of come back to the table and try and add something that will lend itself to the charm and the historic feel of the rest of the town.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's time.
Okay, are we getting 3 minutes? We each get 3 minutes?
No, it's a total of 3 minutes.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
how-
we gotta speed. That's, yeah,
Oh,
that's what
Yeah.
I
thank you for
guess.
the clarification.
Miss May?
My only question is, you said that your business is in, I believe you said San Diego. Would you be able to make the meetings in person on the second Wednesday of each month at 6 p.m.?
Yes, I just work remotely from San Diego. I have a team there that does all the work hands-on.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Sigrid?
Thank you. It says on your application, you're a real estate broker.
Yes.
Okay. How do you think your experience as a real estate professional would benefit the Historic Preservation Board?
Well, I've been in a lot of homes. So, and I know, and I understand the emotional attachment and the investment that it is that somebody just, there's a lot of emotion when it comes to this subject. And you kind of have to work through that with people. And I think I'd be a prime candidate for that, not only because of my experience, but also my personality. It's something that, you know, we have to work through the emotions, get through it, and then help us all come to a happy medium. And really, it's the guidelines, but we're going to help the people get there and like it and be happy about it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. You have your occupation as broker and your employer is the Queen of Real Estate. Is that a brokerage firm?
Yes, brand new. It's mine.
I looked it up and I didn't find anything with that
Yeah.
name.
It's mine. Yeah, it's new. I just formed it this year.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you so much. Appreciate
Okay. Thank you.
the loss you have had. Okay. Jackson Stall is up next.
How goes it?
Hi, you've got a minute.
Okay, so I'm a little unclear if you can serve on multiple boards at one
I
time.
don't think that's going to be an issue.
Okay,
I
copy
mean,
that.
you know, I mean, why did you ask that question?
I just because I did put on there that I'm happy to serve on either, and I think my experience would be,
You've got a minute.
okay. Thank you. So let me share a few things about myself. So I'm eager to preserve the historic nature of our community. I want to do this while also focused on growth for our community as the years progress. My qualifications for both boards really stem from my time in commercial real estate as an owner and an investor. I have a very strong knowledge in site plan feasibility, land use, logistics, development, profitability. And then on top of that, I do have, I have the understanding of real estate law and zoning codes. In regards to planning and zoning, I think I could reasonably look at something and come to a conclusion that would be thoughtful and garner progress in the city. As to historic, I'm well-versed in Meisner, Spanish style mission homes, which is absolutely what our community was built upon. I'm excellent in preservation. I preserved my own home, which was in shambles when I bought it a couple of years ago. I revived
Thank
it,
you. That's time.
Thank you.
kept it going. So
Ms. Malega?
Thank you. Thank you for applying. Occupation, you have self-employed.
Yeah.
Uber driver, like
Yeah, what?
no, I own a commercial real estate business and I'm still working in film and television production.
So commercial real estate.
Yeah.
And is that here in Lake Worth Beach?
Southern Florida.
So, and then you have on number 4, furthermore, my diverse higher education and experience in field have provided me with a solid understanding of real estate. What is that experience besides commercial real estate?
Sorry, circle back on that one more. That
You have
was a load.
You have a solid understanding of real estate and land use law. Is that just from being a commercial real estate broker?
I'm not a broker. We develop and own. I own everything that I work on. So we own real estate in South Florida, primarily commercial. I'm a homeowner here proudly in Lake Worth. We have redeveloped our building here on South Congress. That's technically Palm Springs. It's kind of your old, the building is called Cedar Square. So it is a classic cedar covered building. And instead of going in and knocking it down, we took 2.5 years to restore the entire place. We bring it back to life, and I work very closely with building department. safety, fire, the whole 9 yards. And I cross my T's and dot my I's.
Mr. McBoy?
What about Lake Worth attracted you here?
So my wife's grandparents lived here for many years. I had family down here as well, traveled here. We were both native New Yorkers. But we have always been traveling down to the Lake Worth area. They actually lived in the Villages. And when my wife's father passed away a couple of weeks after my son was born, we had to take over everything for the family business, which included all the real estate. So we found ourselves relocated and living. We didn't quite know if, where we were supposed to be or how long we were supposed to be. But on our journey here, living in hotels for a couple of years back and forth as we traveled and tried to, get our bearings here, we fell in love with Lake Worth. We were frequently at at Downtown Pizza for lunches. We were, the Martiki bar for, blues night. It just became this fun place. And then I began to meet all these lovely people. And my wife one night said, "We can't stay in hotels anymore. What are we going to do?" And we found a home that needed serious love on Lakeside. And we pulled the trigger and went for it. And we couldn't be happier.
Thank you. Ms. May?
Are you involved in your neighborhood association?
I am not.
If you could choose HRPB or PZB, which would you choose?
It's really a matter of, I don't know how many people are coming
It
in.
doesn't matter. If
I had
said
to
you could have
choose-
either one, which one do you want?
For me, I think I'd like to be on historic.
Okay.
It just is, there's just an obvious need for preservation. Obviously there's an obvious need for growth. I think there's a lot of individuals that can look at a survey, look at a plan and come to a good conclusion on that. It takes a lot to understand that and then understand how and when to preserve something, and how to make a sound decision in regards to an old home, an old property, landmark, what have you, contributing or not contributing. There's a lot that goes into that. And I happen to very much enjoy restoration, and I'd like to think I'm getting pretty good at it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Segridge.
Thank you. Where do historic boards gain their authority?
That's the Secretary of the Interior.
Have you attended any of our historic board meetings?
I have watched on the Lake Worth YouTube, I believe.
And your experience, it sounds like it's more on the construction and actual preservation side versus something like real estate sales.
I have nothing to do with real estate sales.
So it's more construction and
I am not a broker. I'm a proud owner, an operator. I'll swing a hammer. I'll devise plans. I'll work with cities. But no, I'm not in the business of showing homes or selling buildings.
And have you had to go through any HRPB board or permitting with the city?
Yes. So when I did my windows and doors, I worked directly and closely with Annie Greeny. Is it Green? Green. Yeah. Sorry. I understand she just headed back home to working closer to her family, I believe. But yeah. So listen, my home is a 1992 build. So although not a contributing, although not a historic home, it is on a contributing block with plenty of Spanish Mission style, Mediterranean revival, classic Meisner builds, but also with some new builds and some ones that looked a little out of sort that were approved. And I believe the historic board was early 2000s created in Lake Worth. I'm not 100% on that, but obviously some slipped in there during the 90s that were just a little bit of a hodgepodge. My home, actually, in my opinion, was a bit of a hodgepodge of Mediterranean. It was Finnish Turanian, a bit of a mix. It was a finished builder, and he actually did a lot of great homes in the area, but he had his own vibe, and you could tell he was trying to incorporate a Meisner vibe, but then ended up kind of with the same home that he had, he had his plans for. So when we got it, it was really kind of a mess. Now, if you go by 211 North Lakeside, you'll see a pretty
Thank you, that's time.
nice version of a Spanish style home.
Okay, I really have no time. I would just say with 5 words or less, what best quality would you bring to the board?
5 words or less. Merit, honesty, and I'll work my butt off here.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah. See y'all. Thanks.
Hey. Up
That's
next,
all of the applicants that we have for PZB.
Right. I had seen Laura Devlin. We had gotten Laura Devlin's information, and she's still on there. Okay, she's like, I don't know. I got some stuff that I didn't have to get, I guess. I don't know. Okay, Daniela Amador.
She's on Zoom.
Okay. Hi.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
You're
No.
breaking up a little bit, ma'am.
Can you hear me now?
We can't make it out.
Yeah, sorry, you're breaking up.
All right, let me see if I can move locations. Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Okay, so now it's clear?
Yes.
Okay.
You have a minute to introduce yourself.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Daniela Amador, and I am excited to be here with you guys. Thank you for this opportunity. I am actually from Lake Worth Beach myself. I grew up on C Street, and I went to South Grade Elementary. I then went on to other schools. I'm a Dreyfus High School of the Arts graduate. I graduated and went straight into New York City development. I was an agent at first in New York City for about 3 to 4 years, and which development side, I actually helped lead the RFPs for big projects like the New York City Football Stadium. I worked on projects like Hudson Yards, large scale residential, both public and private work. I'm very experienced with how to navigate city agencies, how to navigate the community aspect as well. Besides that, I have an art background as well and have been driving different artists in the community to be part of the projects that
Thank you,
I'm
that's
bringing.
time.
Thank you. We're a little strict with the time. You're going to have some questions now. Ms. Malega,
I yield.
Mr. McVoy,
That's fun.
you don't have to take up her time though. Yeah, let's.
How would you balance, or how do you see your New York City experience helping you balance keeping the flavor of Lake Worth to whatever it is that's attractive about it versus the need for new development?
I think being someone that's from the community, my family and everyone is still in the community. I think there has to be a protection of the community while also driving more jobs and opportunities for the area. My family didn't have much in that area, and through being able to kind of advance ourselves in other ways, getting jobs in West Palm Beach. Obviously, we were able to get ahead, but I think there has to be more opportunity for the community. So that's why, with my experience with leading community engagement for large scale New York City projects, whether it was projects, workforce housing, affordable housing, understanding how to listen to the community and make sure that the community is being protected while at the same time driving some sort of change that is needed for the community and the economic impact as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Miss May?
So the meetings are going to be in person and you're on Zoom now. Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
Yes, so I'm hiding in a room because I'm at a panel that I'm speaking at for the Palm Beach Women's Real Estate Group, the Women's Council. So I was just speaking at the panel here. So unfortunately, the panel is at the exact same time as this interview. But I actually live at the Bohemian in Lake Worth.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mr. Segrich.
Thank you. In your experience with real estate and development, have you ever had to get hands-on with municipal code and land development regulations?
For when you say hands-on, I would bring on the right teams. Because I would put together contracts of up to 500 million, and that included all of those things. We would find the right, I was in charge of leading and finding the right teams to take care of that. My job was more on putting that team and those budgets, designers, engineers, all of that together.
Thank you.
Thank you. What do you see as the role of the Historic Resources Board? Planning and Zoning, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. What do you see as the role of the Planning and Zoning Board?
I think the role is to make sure that we're keeping the integrity of the community while also at the same time, which is a challenge, not only protecting it, but making the community better as well. I think an amazing project to reference is like the Gulfstream Hotel, right? That was a building I walked by my whole life walking to the beach, and seeing that project being restored and what it will bring to the community as well. So I think that you have to, as others were saying, keep the integrity of the community and do the best to make sure that we're keeping the culture and making people feel they're still at home, while also bringing in more resources, tools, jobs, and infrastructure that can help the community, especially a very still low-income community, have more opportunity.
Okay. Thank you so much. We're so pressed for time. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for applying and putting your name out there. And thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Take care, of course. Next up is Jordan Baker. Oh. This is a different meeting, sir. That meeting starts at 6 o'clock. Thank you. Sure. Mr. Richter.
Good evening, Greg Richter, 8-year resident and plus Lake Worth Beach. I'm here because I like to be involved in the community. I've applied for a number of boards. I've tried to be a commissioner. So far, I'm 0 for 5. So I hope that we can put an end to this tonight. But I have a lot of background for what I'm applying for. Before I moved here, in Fairfax County, I was on the 5-year plan review board, where all major property owners, if they wanted to do a zoning change, they came before us. We would make our recommendations to the Planning Commission. Furthermore, I served on the Western Fairfax County Citizens Association Land Use Committee. Basically, any new development that came along, whether it was zoned for it or not, we reviewed whether it was compatible to the community, but fit within the laws and the zoning laws and regulations of Virginia. Virginia was a very protective landowner rights state. So we were always constantly, striking that balance. But we did the 5-year land use committee I was on. We did some fabulous stuff there at this last undeveloped tract of Fairfax County that has it's left a good legacy there. I'm really proud of what we did.
Thank you. I think this is probably your time.
Yes.
Miss Malega.
Have you ever attended a planning and zoning meeting?
Several of them, yes.
I knew you'd come to these, but
I've been to several of the planning and zoning, especially, the Sunset property over there. Went to all those meetings. I've been to a couple that involved areas around our neighborhood, because being past president of the neighborhood association, there were some things on Federal Highway that I came to for that.
You have served on boards, even though you're 0 for 5, but you served on other boards in the city?
No.
president of. your
Oh,
neighborhood?
President Neighborhood Association. Yeah, and I've done a lot of volunteer with community groups, and I also do a lot of community work with, the Burrito Project and some other things here, Feeding South Florida. So I've been involved in that.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McBoy?
Question.
And now it's gone.
I hope I have an answer for you.
Yes, I do have a question. What do you think about ADUs, accessory dwelling units in our city, potentially?
I think in the right neighborhood, they're fine. I mean, I think if you live in a mixed zoning, mixed multifamily, I think it's fine. Single family neighborhoods, no, not as a rental property. You want to have one for, but it can't be a separate residential. But in mixed,
No to grandma.
no to grandma.
Okay.
I'll give her a room. I'll give her a room. I'll give her a bedroom in the house. But no, I mean, yeah. But anyway, yeah.
Ms. May?
So I'm hearing, but I'm thinking about the board itself and it really doesn't matter what we think. I mean, there's going to be ordinances that we have to follow, right?
Mhm.
So,
Correct.
and tell me how you would prepare for each meeting.
Well, I think you have to look at each case. And some cases you have to actually go out and look at what you're doing. That's really the important thing is just understand what's involved, who's involved, and, why did we get here?
Okay.
And one further elaboration on Commissioner McBoy's question. I support what this commission did last year on ADUs as far as by neighborhood. I fully supported what you guys did.
Thank you.
Mr. Segrich?
Have you ever had to get your hands dirty with the land development regulations or a municipal code?
Here, municipal code. I mean, I've done a lot of projects around my own house. Is that what you mean? Or
Well, just in general, the understanding of our municipal code and how it applies and looking. at
yes,
that.
yeah, I do. And like many people in this town, it's very confusing and it's very conflicting. When you look at what permitting requires and what code requires, sometimes they are in conflict. And I've seen that, especially in commercial situations here in town, just a constant conflict of what permitting wants and what
And
code wants.
Just a really quick follow-up.
Yeah.
Yes or no? Do you see the job of the planning and zoning board to help resolve that conflict?
I hope so.
I got just one quick, if ADUs were allowed, I mean, you said you're no to, but if the commission, if something came up that it was allowable by zoning, but for example, ADUs in single family districts, are you saying that you would unequivocally vote against it, even if it was allowable by zoning?
No, I mean, we're here to really, this board is there to interpret, does this or does this not fit within our zoning requirements? That's really, we're not there to, I don't look at this as something we're going to make a magic change in this city. How does this apply to what we have? That's really how I look at it.
Thank you. Nothing further?
Okay. Thank you.
You're excused. You have used. I didn't make it up for judge. Okay, up next is Daryl Shadow.
Daryl Shadow, 231 North Ocean Breeze. So I bring 50 years of construction experience. I've been doing this all my life, last 15 years, working for a commercial developer. So I'm in the field every day. And so as far as any zoning and planning issues, I don't deal with those. They're all done before I get the project. But so that's basically, what I bring to the planning and zoning.
Thank you. Ms. Maliga.
I yield.
Mr. McBoy.
You mentioned that you don't deal with the planning and zoning things. You deal with the practical construction once somebody else has resolved any P&Z type issues. What experience would you be contributing to the board?
Well, just the understanding of the zoning and what requires to get to that point, because I see the plans once they've been through the planning and the zoning issues. So that's all been done ahead of time. And so just understanding that, what it's taken to get to that point, because we have to go back through, sometimes in the process. So we had to go back through that after we've gotten a project, but other than that, that's where would be my understanding. Because planning and zoning is more of a interpretation of the planning and zoning laws that staff is bringing to the board to make a ruling on.
Thank you. Ms. May?
I'm good. I don't have any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
I read the
Seg-
application.
Mr. Segridge?
Have you attended or watched any of the planning and zoning board meetings?
Yes, for about the last 4 or 5 months, I've been trying to watch regularly just to get an understanding. When I decided I was going to do this, just to get an understanding of what happens at a planning and zoning meeting.
Are you comfortable reading and interpreting municipal code and land development regulations?
Yes.
That's it.
Thank you. And I'm going to pass because we are so far behind. Thank you very much for
Thank you.
applying. Okay, next up is, yes, Mr. Zeitler.
Anthony Zeitlin, 117 18th Avenue South. So I mentioned a kind of a little bit about my background the last time I was up here. Really, I'm not necessarily trying to unilaterally use my own judgment. What I'd rather like to do on this board is actually extend your judgment. I think that it's kind of goes without saying that I look at things a little bit differently than everybody else on the dais. But that doesn't mean that I'm against what you guys are for. My goal would be to interpret these ordinances and the planning and zoning guidelines the way that you all have kind of determined that you want to see the vision of this city unfold. I think that there is a lot of, and let me just state that I am not as versed in the commercial aspect of the ordinances and everything that I am in the residential side of things. But I think that one of the big things is the streamlining process. When I was talking to the residents last year, that was the biggest thing, is that single family owners, they just have a hard time understanding their own ordinances. It's not that they don't want to follow it, so they can't. They don't understand it.
Thank you. That's time.
That's
Thank
what I'm
you.
at.
Ms. Malega?
I yield. I know. Thank you.
Mr. McCoy?
If you were on the board, the planning and zoning board, would you be interested in working with your fellow board members to perhaps assemble suggestions of how to address the problem that you just?
Absolutely. I think that hands-on outreach is one of the best ways to get real feedback about what the issues are that everybody's actually facing, and not necessarily what, focus groups may kind of pinpoint, but are not necessarily actual pain points that are keeping people, tied up in this red tape at times.
Thank you, Ms. May.
I yield.
Mr. Segridge?
Kind of the same questions asked everybody else. Have you had to get your hands dirty or go in and read the land development regulations and municipal code for Lake Worth?
Yes. And again, not from the commercial side of things, although I'm sure that, with time, I could certainly learn that kind of thing. Mostly from the residential, seeing the kind of, red tape that I would have to go through with my own projects at home. So, I have an idea, and a little bit of a toe in the water, but I'm not necessarily, I should say that I'm ready to kind of dive into the rest of it and the commercial side of the, 3 units or up side of things that I haven't.
You mentioned some of the code and zoning, not necessarily clear to the homeowners, people are struggling. Do you see the role of the board is to help bridge that gap?
Yes, absolutely.
What do you see the role of the board?
Well, really to try to interpret the code in the best way that can streamline the whole flow of the process. I mean, I think that's one of the biggest problems that Lake Worth as a whole has, is that it's not that we don't want to do good, it's that we have a hard time getting through all the red tape and everything like that. So streamlining is, to me, priority number 1.
Thank you. And it says you're retired. What are you retired from?
Well, I was a computer programmer. I worked at JP Morgan in New York City for a while. Got tired of it, family health problems down here. So I came back, and you could say quasi-retired. I still do work. I do some more sensitive stuff that I'm actually not allowed to talk
I'm
about.
going to cut you short. I have one more quick question. What, what skill do you bring to the board?
Interpretation. And I look at things from a different angle than most people do.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay. Now we are going to take a quick break for us to mull ourselves. And Madam Clerk, are we submitting our things to you?
Yes, we would need to amend the agenda because this was just advertised as interviews. It was not advertised as appointments. So we would need to amend the agenda to include the appointments tonight if that was what you chose.
I was under the impression that we were appointing this evening.
No, it was advertised as the interviews. It was not advertised as appointments.
So I make a motion to amend the agenda to make the appointments this evening so that the people can start serving ASAP.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, now,
I didn't vote. I mean, I don't, in just as a process thing, I don't like the idea that if we didn't advertise it for that,
It wouldn't matter. It's not like anyone
there's a
else can
legal
show up.
issue, it seems to me, about changing what is the content of a meeting.
except,
I would
Except that-
defer to our attorney who was here, whether
Well-
we're even allowed to do that. I would say, my suggestion would be, we did our interviews, make up our minds and bring that to the next
okay, I
meeting.
think everyone is anticipating a vote tonight. Mr. Segrich? Yeah, okay. So we've, Elizabeth?
No.
Madam Mayor, no, I can see that. I keep calling her the mayor. Maybe it's wishful thinking. I'll be the attorney. I could be the attorney. Ms. Leighton, can someone call the,
I'll get her. Hold on.
thank you. Be careful.
Madam Mayor, while we're waiting, I had a quick question. So in reading the board charters, they do list out a specific makeup of skill sets.
Well, just the planning and zoning.
No, both do.
Both.
And so I think when we are deliberating, we should have a little bit of a discussion of the existing board makeup and what skill sets we're looking to place, because that might.
Well, do you want to,
Influence places.
now it is, it's 6 o'clock, everybody's lining up for the 6 o'clock meeting. Does it make sense then to not vote tonight to look into that sort of thing?
No, not in my opinion. I mean, that's why I asked for clarification from the clerk of people's occupations and what role they were filling in there. And the latest version of what they gave us that. So
Keeping in mind that there are citizens at large.
yes, and citizens at large, which I think is very important. You know, we can't just have a bunch of experts. We need people.
Welcome to the party. The mayor had a question for you.
Well, a couple things. First, there's been a motion which has passed. We want some legal advice. It was apparently advertised as interviews, but not a vote tonight. Can we amend the thing to have the agenda to actually have a vote?
For the previous meeting, not the upcoming.
Right, yes, that's what we're talking about.
Well, I'm looking at the
I don't-
agenda
I don't have,
and it says that it's a special city commission meeting for advisory board appointments.
but the agenda's right, but it also says a new business is HRPB and P and Z advisory board interviews. It doesn't say vote. Well, that we did. Is that okay?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So procedurally, I'm sorry? Okay.
But how,
Yeah, yeah.
how are we gonna
Right,
vote?
how are we
That's
gonna-
what I want to know.
My thought was we would do Madam Clerk, are you going to help us with this?
Yes, I will keep track. Are we going to?
How are we doing? I would think that we would each do our own votes, then count the votes. Are we doing this anonymously or by our name? I think we should put our name on it. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what I was just gonna, we don't have a lot of time to talk. You want to have discussions?
I just wanted to make sure we were all aware of the makeup and the
Right.
professional background requirements.
Who has that with them? Yes. Right. But does it have their? Who's gotta be what? Who should be? And let's see, we should have this information ahead of time.
We just say our people and move on.
Well, here's the point. The two members of the HRB should be experienced in areas of real estate sales. This is HRPB, land development, banking, or law. And the people that we currently have on the HRPB. It does not say what. What does it say? Where does it say?
Construction.
Yeah.
Some of
Architect.
Architect, yeah,
I don't know that Elaine is employed at this moment.
okay. So Madam Clerk, what roles do we need to fill? And let's take HRPB first. We have
Two.
We've got 2 openings and we have real estate sales taken care of. We have construction taken care of. We have architecture. So what else needs to happen? Land development, banking, law. Well, we don't have anybody of land development. Well, we have. Yeah.
Well, we only have a choice of 3.
Right.
I think we need to fill citizen at large.
I'm sorry?
I think we need to fill citizen at large
Right.
for historic preservation.
Yeah, I mean, real estate sales, we had Mr. Stahl also was developing stuff, I think. So I think we're covered with, if we pick one as a general person. And then the other one would have to be either a lawyer or in land development, banking.
Mayor,
Yes.
I believe the 2 that don't have any position under them are citizens at large.
Oh, the 2
That
are citizens
currently-
at large. Oh, okay. All right, that's great. That's fine.
So it
Okay.
doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter.
So we can do any of the 3 HRPB.
Okay.
Okay, so, and if you could just, for our next one, for Madam Attorney, for the next, tell us which ones, what we need for that as well. We have a basic idea, what we're missing. Okay, so we can vote on those, or we can keep going with P and Z. The lawyer's gonna tell us what we're needing.
So.
For planning and zoning board, the only person who's not designated is Mr. Powski, and I believe he is also a citizen at large.
Okay, so we have. Our requirements are.
3.
I'm sorry?
I'm looking at it. So it says we need 3 members from architecture, landscape architecture, planning, real estate sales, land development, banking, law, or related fields.
Okay. So. And our citizen at large is. Do we have a citizen at large? Okay, sorry.
Hold on, let me go to another log, sorry.
It says it needs 2 citizen at large, so we do need 1 citizen at large.
Okay, sorry.
Mark Hum is a citizen at large. Henry doesn't say, but I think he is a citizen at large. Okay, so we need someone with realtor experience, construction experience. For the other 2, for 2, at least 2. Oh,
I'm ready to vote
okay.
by myself.
Okay, now are we going to announce out loud or are we going to just submit? Okay. Mr. Segridge. Yeah.
My choices for the Historic Preservation Board are Michelle Huffman and Jackson Stahl. My choices for Planning and Zoning are Greg Richter, Daryl Shato, and Anthony Zeitlin.
My turn?
Yep.
For HRPB, Ken Gross and Michelle Huffman. For PZB, Daniela Amador, Greg Richter, and Daryl Shadow.
And Madam Attorney, could you kind of keep track of what we're doing here?
I'm keeping track, Madam Mayor.
Okay. It's 2 are always better than 1. Okay, Mr. McBoy.
For HRPB, Ken Gross and Michelle Huffman. For planning and zoning, I'm not really comfortable coming up with 3. I would support Anthony Zeitlin for one of the positions. And Greg Richter for a second, and leave it at that.
But you have to vote for 3.
No, I don't have to.
Right, fine. Ms. Malega.
I will vote for 3. For historic resources preservation, I'd like to vote for Jackson Stahl and Ken Gross. And for planning and zoning, Daniela Amador, Greg Richter, and Anthony Zeitlin. Sorry, I didn't say Andy.
Okay, thank you. For HRPB, I would go for Ken Gross and Jackson Stahl. On PB and Z, Daniela Amador Greg Richter, and Daryl Chatham.
Okay, give me just a second.
Take your time.
We have a tie in historic. 3 and 3. So Ken Rose got 4, Michelle got 3, and Jackson got 3. According to my check marks. Sticks. It looks like we finally broke Greg Richter's 0 for 5.
So, you are correct, Vice Mayor. Ken Gross got 4, and then both Michelle and Jackson Stahl got 3. And then for PZB, Greg Richter got 5, and then Daniela Amador, Daryl Shadow, and Anthony Zeitlin all got 3.
We have a 3-way tie.
So we have to pick between those 3. Okay, so Amador, Shadow.
On the top, we gotta choose between.
Yeah, yeah.
Michelle and Jackson.
So we're gonna go back and choose between Mr. McBoy. It's
No, finish what you were saying.
no, we are so pressed for time. I don't know what you're.
I was just gonna say that, because sometimes we discuss, and I was just gonna say, it seemed like Ms. Huffman did have a lot of experience at the interpersonal kind of aspects in trying to balance between the code, keeping homeowners, reasonably happy and working with them. I thought that was a helpful feature.
I agree. I actually wrote down emotional and homeowners. I like that she had said that part of it. So I agree with that.
Miss May?
I don't know what you're asking me.
I don't know who you vote. We just have to take.
I mean, so we have to choose between Michelle and Jackson. I choose Michelle.
Okay. Mr. Seitlin, Mr. Segrich,
I choose Jackson.
Jackson. Okay. Ms. May, Ms. Malega,
I choose Michelle.
Mr. Mc,
So
We're 3, Michelle, 1 Jackson.
and I'm for Jackson. So Ms.
Michelle.
Downs.
Okay.
Congratulations to Michelle and Ken.
Okay. PB and Z, we have a tie between Danielle, Daryl, and Anthony. And we had to pick 2 of those people.
Correct.
So, I don't know if we're going to discuss much. I mean, of those 3, pick 2 of those 3.
I'll go first.
Okay.
I support Anthony and I support Daniela because she has been a lifetime resident.
I would, for pretty much the same reasons, would support both of those, Daniela and Anthony.
Ms. May?
Daniela and Daryl.
And Mr. Segrich.
Daryl and Anthony.
Okay, and I would go with Daniela and Daryl. Okay. So congrats.
So Daniela's in.
Great.
And Greg is in. So now it's between Anthony Zeitlin and Daryl Shadow.
It's Anthony.
I'm sorry?
Oh, no. Yeah, it's another one.
Right.
Another time.
Okay, one more.
Again, I'm supporting Anthony as
Okay,
the.
Mr. McBoy.
We need 2.
What?
We already got 2.
We have 2. We just
We have
need one
Danielle
more.
and Greg.
Daniela and Greg are in. We need 3.
We need 3 on this one, and we did 2 already. So, Mr. McBoy?
I would support Anthony as somebody who's really reached out a lot into the community and tried to understand what people
Thank
want.
you.
So
Miss May?
I mean, I guess I'll go with you guys. Anthony's fine.
Mr. Segrich?
No yelling at people, Anthony.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I'm very
Mr.
concerned about.
Segrich?
He can yell at us.
What?
You can't.
You can't abstain. Why would you abstain?
No, I mean, not vote.
You have to vote.
You have to.
That's what
We let
abstention
him,
is.
we let him not vote.
yeah, probably shouldn't have let me know.
That's what we did on the first.
All right, and I apologize. I shouldn't have.
I did vote fine.
Daryl.
Daryl? I would also vote for Daryl. But that is a 3-2.
Yeah,
Okay,
so it's
so Mr. Zeitlin.
Wait, no, can I switch it? Yeah, sorry, Daryl.
Daryl, okay.
I'm sorry,
And
Anthony.
I'm not the expert on Robert's Rules of Order, but I say final vote would be Daniel 3 and Anthony 2. Darren, right? I said Daniel, so that would be the final vote. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for applying. Looking forward to your service. And if you did not get on a board, there's plenty of other opportunities. Thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break. We've been at this since 5 o'clock, and a couple of us just need to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back. What?
Somebody got to start serving these meetings.
Madam Mayor, are we waiting on Commissioner May?
Mimi May, calling Mimi May.
Where you put the card?
Yes.
These are.
It's all blank pen.
Well, calling Mimi May.
Madam Mayor, it is 6:31 and we are live again.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. And welcome to the City of Lake Worth Beach Regular City Commission meeting on November 18th, 2025. May I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Rush,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Malika,
She said present. Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Mimi May,
Here.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
Okay, and Commissioner McVoy will lead us in the invocation. Or a moment of silence. I can help. A girl can help. You're cute. A girl can help.
In guiding our commission actions and inactions, let us avail ourselves of the thoughts of spiritual guides more experienced than ourselves. Let us bow our heads and hear the wisdom spoken recently by Pope Leo. Quote, Jesus says very clearly, at the end of the world, we are going to be asked, how did you receive the foreigner? Did you receive him and welcome him, or not. And I think there's going to be a deep reflection that needs to be made in terms of what's happened. End of his quote. The U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops also spoke recently in one vote. Quote, "We are disturbed when we see among our people a climate of fear and anxiety around questions of profiling and immigration enforcement. We are saddened by the state of contemporary debate and the vilification of immigrants," end quote. They spoke against the indiscriminate mass deportation of people and prayed for an end to dehumanizing rhetoric and violence, whether directed at immigrants or at law enforcement. May we ponder these wise cautions in our hearts. I pray they guide us to compassionate actions, one that will reduce fear and increase safety for all human beings in our city.
Thank you.
Okay, the next step is additions, deletions, and reordering. I have something I need to bring up. On the 28th of October, a vote was before us regarding the wholesale power contract. We had information, and based on that information that evening, we voted for a particular option. Thank you, option. In the meantime, though, some information has come up, and Mr. Liberty, in his constant attempt to bring us the best product and most reasonable product that he can, has asked me to, I'm looking for a motion to reconsider that vote. Mr. Liberty will give us a short synopsis of why he's looking for that, but I'm asking for I'm asking for a motion for reconsideration of that vote.
Motion to do so.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Wait, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Where are we gonna put it on the agenda?
Well, we'll find a place to put it on the agenda. We have I'm sure there's other things that want to be reordered.
Okay.
So we're not quite done. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. So now, Mr. Segrich?
I wanted to do an addition. I think it's an emergency situation and we need to have action quickly. There's been a lot of angst in the community, especially those business owners, downtown residents, and so on, about the drug use in the cultural plaza, in the parks. Footage of people smoking crack out in public. And I think we need to add a discussion item to talk about establishing a task force between PBSO staff, a commission liaison, and at least 2 members of the community, and have that. We can discuss it further, but I would like to have that as an agenda item, discuss it, and possibly establish it tonight so that they can begin work right away.
Is that the motion?
That's my motion.
Is there a second? Calling again for a second. The motion fails. I'm sure these are things we will discuss. Okay, is there any other additions or reordering? Madam Clerk, do you have one?
Yes, new business item F, the ordinance providing for the city's consent to be included in the Palm Beach County Fire Rescue Municipal Service Taxing Unit. We are requesting that be moved to proceed the public hearings, as the captain from the fire department and several people from the Palm Beach County Fire Department are here. So they don't have to sit through our entire meeting.
So new business F.
Yes, will be heard right before the public hearings.
Okay.
It's ordinance 25-26.
25-26. And now, as far as the electric issue, we need a place to put that. I can't get names straight tonight. Mr. Liberty, is this something that only you have to be involved with? Because we're trying to find a place where we have a lot of people here tonight.
I think it's relevant.
I'm not sure. There we go. We do have some consultants standing by, as well as FMPA, to discuss that. We should be able to get through that in 5 or 10 minutes. We've had the opportunity for one-on-ones, so we should be able to get through it quickly. Some of the background's been covered.
Okay,
Put that after.
I was gonna
the-
say after the MS, the
Yeah.
fire thing. Right.
We'll stand by. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So do I have a motion to amend the agenda to have the fire thing and the the fire ordinance
Business hours.
and the MS, thank you. And
FMPA.
and then the
Power
the
purchase.
electric, right, power purchase. So all in motion for that?
Motion to
I can't
put
speak.
those two items, the new business F and the discussion on the power purchase as the first two items. I don't know if they'd be, I guess they wouldn't be under public hearings, but before public.
After the approval of the minutes.
Second.
Correct.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Phew. We have some presentations and we have an honorable Mr. Ferguson is here tonight. I'm going to ask Miss May to read the proclamation for Education Week as she is one of our Palm Beach County High School teachers,
Okay, I teach middle school.
middle school teacher.
Okay, City of Lake Worth Beach proclamation. Whereas American Education Week is a nationwide celebration that honors the achievements and contributions of the entire education community, including teachers, support staff, and administrators. And whereas the first American Education Week was observed over 100 years ago in December 1921. Since then, schools and communities across the United States have come together each year to conduct activities that bring attention to the importance of education. And whereas American Education Week for 2025 will take place from November 17th to the 21st with the opportunity to engage with your local schools, participate in events, and express your gratitude to all education professionals who contribute to the success and well-being of students. And whereas, in addition to the celebration, the week is intended to serve as a time when citizens are encouraged to stand up for our schools and champion the long-held belief that public education is the pillar of democracy and a cornerstone of American opportunity. And whereas during American Education Week, it is essential to highlight the significance of public schools and the role they play in educating our students and preparing them for success in life. And whereas the City of Lake Worth Beach recognizes the important role that an effective education plays in preparing all students of the City of Lake Worth Beach to be successful adults and is critically important to the economic vitality of the city. And whereas we are very proud of the public schools in Lake Worth Beach, which provide opportunities for young people in academics, athletics, music, and the arts, and extracurricular activities, and also serve as an integral part of our community. Therefore, she, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in her, and on behalf of the City Commission, does hereby proclaim November 17th to 21st, 2025 is American Education Week. In witness whereof, she has hereunto set her hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, to be affixed this 18th day of November, 2025.
Thank you very much. Do we have some folks from Mr. Ferguson's here, but do we have any folks from our local school here tonight? Come on up.
All right. Should we take a picture?
Yeah, we're taking a picture. I understand. I'm apologizing.
Well, he can be in the picture. Mr. Ferguson. I thought you'd want to see your staff with honor. Everybody's school. I am like, for now, you get Thank you. Not working.
So we have Mr. Ferguson here, who is a member of the school board. District 7, Edwin Ferguson, is here to address us. And you're on.
Good evening,
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I'm School Board Member Edwin Ferguson. I represent District.
Speak into the microphone. Might pick it
How
up.
about this?
Yeah.
Seriously? I'll bend down a little bit. So I'm the school board member for District 7, which runs from Riviera Beach south into Delray. Once you get south of West Palm Beach, it's pretty much between I-95 and US 1. So you're the connecting city that connects these two little hubs of my district. So Lake Worth is an amazing place. I have the honor of representing two of the schools, which are Barton and South Grade. So this is now, I think, my third time coming before you. I make a point to kind of give you a report of how the schools are performing and how we as community members can help kind of push them to a higher level of performance. So I think we have a slide deck or the clerk that's going to bring up. Yep. And so everybody that's watching and everybody that's here, if you don't mind, scanning the QR code, you'll have all the data that I'm going to kind of briefly move past. I understand we're behind schedule, so I don't want to belabor the point. I appreciate you all. Anytime you allow me to speak to you for 5 to 10 minutes, and I will keep it to somewhere between that 5 to 10 minutes, if that's okay, Madam Mayor. Okay. Next slide, please. Oh, shoot, I'm sorry.
There he is. Here we go.
All right, so we're going to just review those two schools, South Grade and Barton Elementary. Oh, perfect. There we go. So again, I'm going to kind of briefly go through the academic results. I'm going to speak about some things that are important to me in terms of what we as citizens can do to help improve the overall performance. This QR code is going to be on several other slides as well, but I will give you a couple of seconds to click on that QR code. Everybody that's watching, everybody that's here.
I suppose we can get the little black banner to go away.
There we go.
There we go. Teamwork makes the dream work. There we go. Thank you, sir. So the first thing I want to do is kind of set the stage. So if there was one thing that I, as a board member, am a staunch advocate for, is kindergarten readiness. Children who start behind tend to stay behind, and children who start ahead tend to stay ahead. So these are three schools, three actual schools inside of District 7. And I want you to see the correlation between kindergarten readiness scores and their third grade ELA scores. I'm sure you all have heard a lot about how important third grade ELA scores are in terms of school to prison pipeline, graduation rates. It seems to kind of be like it's a huge indicator in pretty much everything related to education. So we have school 1, which is what I consider to be a low kindergarten readiness score school in regard to the fact that only 21% of their children are what we deem to be kindergarten ready. Now, as it has been explained to me over these 3 years from subject matter experts down at the district, there are certain assessments that we do to determine whether a child is kindergarten ready. So, for example, my first name is Mayor, my last name is Resh. I know that. I know how to hold a pen or a pencil, so I hold it with the alligator fingers versus the baseball grip. I understand my colors: red, white, blue, orange, yellow, etc. I know the alphabet. I can count to upwards to 100. These are some basic things. I'm potty trained. These are things that we use to assess one's kindergarten readiness. So at this school, only 21% of those kids meet that metric, which obviously means 79% of the kids did not. So what happens is a lot of times when you have these situations where you have children who are not prepared, you get into what I call, this is not an official word accepted by experts in education, but you get into what I call a triage education. So you're always just trying to do just enough, just to try to get them a little bit farther, but it's never really optimal. So I think it's important for us as concerned citizens to make sure that we have a greater number of students who are in fact kindergarten ready. So again, I'm going to be brief because I know you have other things to do today. Let's just jump over to school 3. That is what I would consider a high performing school, in that almost 3/4 of the children are in fact kindergarten ready. And so why is that relevant? Because 3 years later in their third grade year, which would have been last year, 82% of those children form at a 3 or better on their ELA score. So for simplicity purposes, if a child scores at a 5, that's basically an A in the class that's being assessed. A 4 is a B, 3 is a C, 2 is a D, a 1 would be an F. All right. So at that school, we have at least 82% of the children who are getting C or better in their ELA. That's pretty good. Back to kindergarten readiness scores. District wide, last year, our kindergarten readiness score was at 45%. Now, speaking to Dr. Miller, he's kind of the head of all things statistics in the county. He said that part of the reason we believe it went down a little bit is because FDOE raised the threshold that you needed to reach in order to be deemed kindergarten ready. But I will tell you that from last year, I seem to recall that the kindergarten readiness score was 48%. So it didn't dip all that much. And basically what you have here is half of the kids are kindergarten ready and half are not. So we want to improve that. I'm here in Lake Worth. As you can see, the numbers speak for themselves. Last year, citywide, we have 13% of the children who are in fact kindergarten ready, which means obviously that 87%. Yes, I made it through. Yes, 87% of the students were in fact not kindergarten ready. Now, I will tell you this, that prior slide that I showed you, Lake Worth, and I'm not surprised by this, they actually broke the mold. So they are not, when we get to third grade, you will not see a simple 7% bump from kindergarten readiness scores to the ELA scores. They do a great job with not a whole lot. And that's why I'm really imploring us as concerned citizens to kind of wrap our arms around our schools to help make sure they have the extra mentorship and persons who are concerned coming into the schools to help Johnny and Jane get to that higher level, because they're doing a great job. And I think that you all also kind of watching in the background, I already see that you all are doing a lot of the things that I've been asking you to do. So I'm just saying, keep it up and let's do more. We're starting to turn a corner here. So thank you for that. But as I said, the numbers speak for themselves. The numbers are low. They are. But look at the good work that they're doing, starting to do in terms of ELA. So if we go back annually, you see that the kindergarten readiness scores are low. 14, 16, 14 at Barton for the last 3 years, 9, 13, and 9 in South grade. Those are kind of some of the lower kindergarten readiness scores that I've seen inside of District 7. The subject matter experts will be the principals. They can speak more intelligently as to the why. I suspect that it's probably because a great number of the children are not coming out of child care centers where they're actually being taught things they need to learn to be prepared. You may probably have a large number of children who may be sitting on mom, dad, grandma, auntie's couch or sofa for the first 5 years and aren't really engaging in anything educational until they're coming onto our campus. I suspect that's why. But again, the principals would know better than me in that regard. But in any event, again, remember our numbers were pretty low, and look how much of a bump. Barton, remember, you had 9% kindergarten readiness rate. So look at their ELA scores, 33. That's amazing. I would not expect a number that high. So they're doing yeoman's work, yo people's work at South grade. And the same thing with Barton, as far as that goes. Math, although we're still below the curve here in Lake Worth, look at that. I like to see the ascension, particularly at Barton, over the last 4 or 5 years. We're going from 25% to 47%. That's almost an increase of 100% relative to where they started. And South grade is not far behind. So the work is getting done here. As far as that goes. Science, everyone that I speak to in the district tells me that a lot of times the issue with science is, one, children may not necessarily be interested in it, but also it goes back to reading comprehension. Almost all of this is about reading comprehension, but the way it's been explained to me is that a lot of times the kids glaze over the exams. Again, the principals can speak much more intelligently on this than me, but the ones that I've spoken to have told me that a lot of times where you see low ELA scores or compromised ELA scores, you will also in turn see compromised science scores. So the kids are just like, I'm not really trying to read all this. One, I may not understand it, and let's move on. So but we want to focus on that because STEAM, science, is late. Science, technology. Somebody help me with this. Thank you. Yeah, I've had a very long day and a very long month. Some of you may have heard. So yes, sorry for the brain slip there. But yes, that's something that we want to lean in on because that better prepares them for the jobs of the 21st century. So we got to get them more in focus and committed to their science courses. These are hyperlinks. So if you've already scanned the packet, you can look at these at home. It kind of gives you a roadmap to what Jane needs to have mastered by the time they get into kindergarten. It's not a secret. We're giving you the answers to the test. And so this is why I'm asking you all to kind of help create that synergy to help change the cultural expectation that parents are not waiting for us to teach the kids. They're already coming with a child that's already well prepared. Because again, children who start ahead truly do stay ahead. Look at the town of Wellington. Look at their kindergarten readiness scores. Look at their third ELA scores. You see the track, for example. So we know it's there. Yes, Madam Mayor.
Look at the demographic.
So that's another thing. Education proficiency not be tied to mom and dad's bank account and your zip code. Again, I'm sorry.
Language and culture, language.
When
Mom and Dad don't speak English, you're not going to.
Sure.
Speaker.
that's so in Lake Worth, if that's a challenge here, then I respect that. That's not the challenge throughout District 7. That's all I was saying.
Right. Well, you mentioned Wellington, and I'm just
Sure.
pointing out the difference between the demographic of Wellington and Lake Worth Beach.
Meaning that they have fewer persons who are from other countries. I definitely don't dispute that. I don't dispute that. But having said all of that, the point is still the point, minus some modifications specific to Lake Worth. Everybody here is not necessarily speaking English as a secondary language. So to that point, those in particular, I would like to see them be better prepared. We're giving the parents have the access to the test, particularly now, because they're going to download this, because I know they're going to watch this at some point. They're going to have the answers to the test that can help increase the likelihood of their child being kindergarten ready. If you start ahead, you tend to stay ahead. It's not an absolute. And if you start behind, you tend to stay behind. But again, not an absolute. We as attorneys know there are always exceptions to every rule that people try to force down our throat. Again, these are additional links, treasure troves, as I like to say. Again, the QR code is there. If you haven't already scanned it, I would request that you do that again. And I do it now or later. Reading comprehension. This is something that I think we as a society need to do more of. Less iPads, less pacification, and actual interaction with our children. Asking them open-ended questions has been shown to help increase educational growth. Don't give them questions like on a cross-examination saying, you were here on Thursday, right? Well, that's a yes or no. Say, hey, what did you do on Thursday? Oh, who did you talk to? What did you talk about? Those type of things. And so even when you're talking about reading comprehension, even if something as basic as Dr. Seuss, query your child in terms of, okay, you read The Cat in the Hat. Tell me what that book was about. As best they can, this is really helping them get ahead, because the ability to communicate is paramount in terms of being successful in our current society and in the current world. So we want to do what we can to, again, best prepare our children for success. So by the time they're in middle school, we're not having to, as a 7th or 8th grade teacher, essentially be talking about things that they should have mastered in the 5th grade or 4th grade. That's very challenging. And it's not where we want to be. The Dolch words and fry words, when you click on these things at home, these are things that, again, as a 2 and 3 year old, I would encourage parents to maybe do 5, 10, 15 words a day. It's like jump, run, cat, hat, those type of things. Those sight words, those are the bedrocks to reading comprehension. And so the greater number of children and parents parents who work with their children 3, 4, 5, whatever the child's attention span will allow for daily, we're going to see benefits by the time those children walk onto our campuses. The same thing with the other curriculum platforms here. Again, I know time is running short, so I'm just going to kind of blow through this. But when you click on those links, you'll see a treasure trove of information that can be a game changer for our communities, irrespective of whether English is their primary language or not. How can you help? Again, as I said before, practicing those high frequency words, those Dolch words, those fry words, making sure the child has a nice kind of safe spot, even if it's something as small as this little stand that I'm at, where they can go and say, okay, this is my study space, where nobody's going to bother me. You know, my pencil, my paper, my pad, whatever I need to educate myself and study is going to be right here. 7 days a week, twice on Sunday, as I like to say. Parents being engaged, going to your SAC meetings, your PTSA meetings, and going to open house, querying your teachers. Don't be a spectator. Be a player in the game. Have an expectation for your child's performance. Let the teacher know, hey, I'm going to be here every day, every month, every year. We're partners in this. This is my child. I'm allowing you to educate my child for 6 to 8 hours a day, but I still have a say in this. I want to be engaged in this. So we want to help increase the voice of our community in terms of how things are occurring at their respective schools. Donations, those of us who have our own businesses and things of that nature, we're investing in our community. We invest in these schools, helping them go to this field trips to the Science Museum, go to the beach. Even here in Lake Worth Beach, I suspect, just like Riviera Beach, there are children who probably have not been to the beach, even though they live less than 2 or 3 miles away. That is, yes, I was going to say dumbfounded, but crazy. That's an even more succinct word in that regard. Let's help expose them to this big, beautiful world. Volunteering at the schools. As I said before, that's something that's very essential as well. The principals want and need your help. To a person, they would tell you, yes, if you're sincerely here for the betterment of these children, we want you here. We need you here.
Thank you. That's time.
Okay. Thank you.
quickly wrap up.
I'm wrapping up. So yeah, so Bright Future Scholarships, we still subsidize education here. That's a roadmap for those of you who want your child to go to school for free here in Florida. I would encourage you to look at those hyperlinks there. These are a few of the renovation projects that we've done here at Barton and South Grade in this last school year. So we're trying to put as much money behind our mouth as we can here. Again, we love Lake Worth Beach. I love Lake Worth Beach. So anytime we can try to help renovate and make the cities better, schools better, we're going to do it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Sir, don't go away. We have a question, Mr. Secretary.
Sure.
Thank you for that. I serve on the education task force, and our last meeting, we had a very interesting visitor from Highland Elementary who walked us through their athletics program, which is what they use to augment their math teaching.
Mhm.
And over the last 3 years, they went from 28% proficiency to 58% proficiency,
Beautiful.
which is amazing. The not so amazing part is it costs $10,000 a grade to run that program, and it's not school board funded, so they have to raise funds to do that. And some of our other elementary schools have tried and failed to raise the funds. So don't need an answer now, but it would very much look forward to maybe getting together and having a conversation and see if there is a way to get funding for such a successful program for our schools, and maybe collaborate on that, because it really has helped them get a leg ahead. And I would love to see it in all of our schools. And then, to my colleagues, this was something I was going to bring up, but I'll just say it now to save time. I would like us to try to think and brainstorm where maybe we can help establish a fundraiser or something within the city and business owners, because it's a program that has shown an extreme level of success.
Yes.
28 to 58% proficiency. It's amazing. And so hopefully we can get together and talk about that. But
Yeah, let's do that. Would you mind emailing me with that information?
Absolutely.
I'd love to research that more.
Mhm.
And thank you for that. Thank
Question for you that's very specific to Lake Worth. We've probably all read in the newspaper that enrollment was down, and then the October counts were down a little bit more. Number 6 in my head is 6,000, something on
Yes.
that order.
Yes.
I've not seen, I think if you talk to principals here in town, you would probably hear that a lot of that relates to immigration enforcement.
Yes.
And things. The school district seems to have been somewhat reluctant. Something that would really help would be if the school district was willing to make some statements. Hey, we do not want enforcement within, say, several blocks. We will do certain things to make sure that the schools are safe places. Anything that can be done to make it safer for parents to bring their kids, or one parent, one's been deported. There's a real need in Lake Worth for that. And the level of fear in the community and anxiety, which also affects performance of the kids, is very real.
I agree. Commissioner McBoy, asking your question, Superintendent Burke, we've had a conversation before the year. The schools are safe zones, and they have put out communication in regard to that fact to the community. Now, whether everyone has been able to receive it, I'm not sure, but I know that the district has been very clear in regard to the fact that there's no one that's going to be getting picked up by ICE agents on school district property. Our bandwidth doesn't go outside of our property, though. We don't have purview in terms of Lake Worth at large in that regard. But in terms of our schools, no parent, no student has been picked up by an ICE agent this year at all. So we are definitely a safe space in that regard. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. That's great. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for coming.
Thank you for
Glad
having
you're
me.
here with our proclamation, so you can honor
Yes.
our teachers, our staff as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving and go Dolphins.
Have a good holiday.
Go Bills.
Yeah, have a great night. Take care.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Edwin. He's in my class for leadership Palm Beach County. So we get to mess with each other with Bills.
Thank you so much for all the things that you do. Thank you. Madam Clerk,
Yes, Madam Mayor.
I'm looking at B and C, and I'm looking at C and D, and I don't have those proclamations because this lawyer has them. You're just holding out on me, the lawyer.
All
Okay.
three, do you have both of them up there?
Now I have, yes, I have all three.
Okay.
Thank you so much. All right. Next up. It's a rough week. Whereas Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week is an annual program where people come together across the country to draw attention to the problems of hunger and homelessness. Participating groups spend the week holding a series of educational, service, fundraising, and advocacy events. And whereas, as of 2025, Florida is experiencing an increase in both hunger and homelessness, driven by the rising costs of living and reduced government assistance programs. And whereas, the homeless population in Palm Beach County, including West Palm Beach, was estimated about 1,520 individuals and over 192,000 residents struggling with food insecurity. Whereas Palm Beach County has programs to address homelessness and hunger through organizations like the Homeless and Housing Alliance, the Lord's Place, Adopt a Family, Palm Beach County Food Bank, and the United Way of Palm Beach County. These programs include emergency and transitional shelters, housing assistance, street outreach, job and benefit assistance, and food programs for children and seniors. And whereas the 2025 Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week is to educate the public, raise awareness of poverty, and encourage community action by promoting support for local anti-poverty agencies. It is a nationwide event that draws attention to the issues of hunger and homelessness, particularly as the holidays approach, and provides the opportunities for individuals and groups to get involved through education, service, and donations. The week aims to foster compassion and inspire people to contribute to solutions. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim November 16th to the 22nd of 2025 as National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week, in witness whereof I have hereto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, to be affixed this 18th day of November 2025. Do we have anyone here from the Homeless Coalition or from any of the hunger programs? Okay. We are all so aware of this situation. Our city is, sir? Are you a, well, you're head of a program, sir? I don't know what that is. Well, I think just in light of the fact that there's not a lot of people here, come on up and we'll give you a couple minutes. Just speak into the microphone. Welcome.
Basically, the awareness.
What's your name and who you're from?
Malcolm Hodgins. I can say private entity, I guess.
What's the name of the group?
Knights of the Night Incorporated.
Knights of the Night Incorporated. Thank you.
And or
you need to really speak up.
My voice. I'm recovering.
Go right to the microphone. Go right there.
Ecocentric landscaping and lawn care, ma'am.
Good.
Oh, so the issues is that basically the awareness is not holistic. It's feeling one-sided and burdened. Basically, the issue is that no one's looking to help the homeless. And it seems to be like the fingers pointed at the homeless. There's a lot of organizations that wish to help, but their efforts are being thwarted in the city specifically due to need for grants or like certificates or like vouchers or things like that. And there's a lot of complaint. In addition to that, the handling of the homeless, in conjunction to the collaboration with BSO.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a victim of that myself. There seems to actually be.
We're not getting into specifics. Okay.
Not specifics,
I'm
but
going to have to really cut you short.
I understand, but just this thing is there's no guidelines. There's no structured guidelines that are written into the mode of operation as far as the act against homelessness and or the combat and or the helping of homeless.
Okay,
it's like the guy Mr. Ferguson said. What was the term used for the educating a certain type of educating? It's
okay, I really got
triage education. I think it's triage police work in the city.
Yeah, that's
towards
what I mean.
the home. And triage mayor work also. I mean, you're just fishing for ideas and learning. Well,
you can always feel free to email any one of us.
Palm Beach County, I did every single one, multiple emails for the day, and what it is, Palm Beach County.
Okay.
If
I really have to cut you.
There's any model set Palm Beach County is doing a great job at attacking homelessness,
Okay.
and they're very rapid, and they're getting that money
Okay.
and appropriating it in the right places
Okay.
rather than accepting complaints all the
Okay.
time.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, was Captain Carn there? Because that was who was invited to accept it on the behalf of the homeless program.
He's not, but we have a deputy.
So, yes, we'll get it to him.
We'll get it. We'll get it to him. Next top up. What? Whereas, well, hi there. We have a proclamation regarding homelessness, and I think you heard the gentleman speak. I don't know if you know him, but do you want to address the commission a little bit about homelessness, or what you're trying to do, or what we're doing, or not?
Sure. As a matter of fact, I got
You gotta speak up.
email. Oh, I was saying, as a matter of fact, today I received an email from the media asking me questions about what's going on with the homeless in the city. First of all, I just want to say this: homelessness, we cannot arrest the problem away. We realize that. We have a homeless intervention team deputy who's out here every day. We just added a second one for 30 days to assist in the evening hours. So our goal is, number one, is to make sure that if a person is in need, we're going to offer them services. That's what we're going to do. But if they're violating ordinances or if they're violating Florida state statutes, then we will enforce those statutes and ordinances. That's just the bottom line. Since we have implemented the trespass warning process, we finally got to finalize in July. We have issued 92 trespass warnings from city properties. By the end of the year, that may be doubled. So deputies are out there daily enforcing the ordinances. People hanging out in parks overnight, that has decreased a lot. I know there's a lot of reports about individuals using drugs in certain areas. We are looking into that. We send deputies out to the area. And I know that some people may have cameras and things like that that are going on, but sometimes what you see on the camera is always not what it appears to be. You have to be a professional, a specialist, and you have to actually have eyes on it, meaning you need to go there and visibly say, this is what this person is in possession of. We just can't assume by looking at a camera. We still have to get somebody there on scene to determine what it is. But ultimately, just to sum it up, is our goal is to help the city reduce some of the issues here, meaning crime and other things that could be coming here because of a lot of the services and things like that. But
Thank you very much. I mean, our quality,
Yes.
every one of us up here is very concerned with the quality of life of every citizen. And
Yes.
You're more than aware, you're as aware of any one of us of the
Yes.
situation. And we thank you for your help,
Yes.
and we'll keep working at it.
Okay.
Thank you so
No
much.
problem. All right.
Okay, next up. Transgender Day of Remembrance. The Transgender Day of Remembrance was started in 1999 by transgender advocate Gwendolyn Ann Smith as a vigil to honor the memory of Rita Hester, a transgender woman who was killed in 1998. The vigil commemorated all the transgender people lost to violence since Rita Hester's death and began an important tradition that has become the annual Transgender Day of Remembrance. Whereas we take this day to remember transgender people who died because of anti-transgender violence, today and every day, we must respect transgender rights and acknowledge the discrimination, violence, and challenges that transgender people face. And whereas transgender people are our family members, our friends, our neighbors, and coworkers who we need to support and accept. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach is at the forefront of efforts to eliminate transphobia and homophobia while empowering individuals and communities to stand up against hatred, intolerance, and discrimination. And whereas, as one of the most diverse cities in the world, we have an obligation to create a city that is inclusive for all. Whereas, on this solemn day, we want to let all residents of Lake Worth Beach stand with transgender people, their children, parents, family members, friends, and partners, and commit to working towards transgender rights and safety. Now therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim November 20th, 2025 as Transgender Day of Remembrance. In witness whereof, I have hereto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, to be affixed this 18th day of November 2025. Is anyone here from the community? There they are. Come on up.
Are you guys gonna speak or are we doing photos?
I think we're in the photo. Otherwise.
We'll just say thank you. Okay, well, that's. Oh, yeah. Oh, good. Let's hold the flag. Yes. Wait, move this thing. Ready? Right? Oh. And we appreciate conference and all that we do for you. We appreciate that. Absolutely. Yeah, please put that back. Okay. I'll bring it.
Okay. Public participation of non-agenda items and consent agenda. Jill Carlin?
Good evening, Jill Carlin, 2381 Sunset Avenue, under 205. I kind of always speak about the same thing. First, Chris, I wanted to thank you for your invocation. And one of my friends who teaches in the elementary school has made me aware that students are not attending school because of the immigration issue. So thanks for bringing that up. I'm speaking tonight about out of pride and alarm. Our town is the last city in Southeast Florida that still embodies true 20th century South Florida beach vernacular architecture. This is not a trivial detail. It's the heart of who we are. It's the reason people fall in love with this place, the scale, the charm, the human feel. You simply can't rebuild it once it's lost. But we're running out of time. Every year, more and more of these buildings disappear. And with each loss, we chip away at the very identity that sets our town apart from every other coastal strip lined with glass towers and generic development. We cannot pretend that preservation will happen on its own. It won't. It requires intention and it requires leadership. So I'm asking you urgently to make it a clear responsibility of this commission to protect our architectural heritage, not just with words, but with policy that guides growth without erasing our soul. Because once these structures are bulldozed, once our character is replaced with something anonymous, there's no bringing it back. We owe it to the people who built this town, to the people who love it now, and to the generations who will live here long after us. Please act before our adorable, irreplaceable town becomes just another coastal cliche. That's very important to me. I come every time and I say the same thing. I don't say anything different every time I speak here. But architecture is really important. It's really important. My husband was an architect. He taught me everything. And one thing that he taught me was about his teacher, who was a famous engineer named Buckminster Fuller. physicist. He's the inventor of something called the geodesic dome. And Bucky had his students at the University of Illinois in Urbana in 1956 play the world game. And no matter how they played the world game, all of the resources on the earth are depleted. And he charged his students with figuring out how.
Thank you. That's time.
Just finish your sentence. Go ahead and finish your sentence.
He charged his students with figuring out how to prevent that from happening. And he said that although that's inevitable, there's something divine within the human spirit that will allow that to not happen. I implore you to do so.
Thank you very much. Mike Klein. Mike Klein.
Put it in the box.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mike Klein. I'm a business owner downtown 508 Lake Ave for over a decade now.
You live in the city?
Yes. First, I want to thank you all for starting this meeting on time and not running a filibuster operation. I'm here tonight because the situation in Crackhead Park, or as it's known to you guys as the Cultural Plaza, has become completely unacceptable, unsafe, and out of control. And it's clear you guys do not care. One clear example, at the beginning of the meeting, this commissioner asked to start a motion due to the outrage in the community, due to the hobos smoking crack in public. He suggested a task force. Not one of you wanted to second it. Every single day and night, the Cultural Plaza, aka Crackhead Park, is filled with individuals openly using drugs, selling drugs, drinking, fighting, harassing people who simply want to walk through. This is not an occasional issue. This is a constant. People do not feel safe in the community. If you want to see it, there's now a 24/7 live stream on YouTube. You guys can go watch it. The majority of the regulars at Crackhead Park are not Vietnam veterans with PTSD or people down on their luck. They are drug addicts. They're fentanyl dealers. The Cultural Plaza has become an open air drug market. My customers and my employees have been victim to harassment and theft from these hobos. Who would want to walk through the area that feels dangerous, especially at night? Grown men wearing new shoes, carrying brand new iPhones. They try to charge them with my electric. They try to bathe with my hose. They recently pooped on my property. When we tell them no, or that they cannot poop on my property, they get violent, they get aggressive. These are not isolated incidents. This is a daily occurrence. When I call the police, I'm lucky if they show up. Usually they don't show up unless there's violence. I called 911 on a drug dealer who tried to sell me drugs. The dispatcher laughed and asked me, well, what do you want us to do? Just days ago, my wife's boyfriend called the police to report a group of hobos drinking a 12-pack of beer. When PBSO showed up, they did nothing. The cop simply took the drug dealer's beer, threw it in the garbage, walked on his way. The drug dealer went back to selling drugs shortly after. The mayor recently said, just tonight, that she's concerned with the quality of life of the citizens, but yet you allow all of this to happen around you in an unsafe neighborhood. Lake Worth Beach has experienced a spike in violent crime in 2025, with at least 7 to 8 reported homicides. The only reasonable explanation I can come to is that the anarchists who control the city are committed to the destruction of the town.
Thank you. That's time.
And can I just have your address, please?
Yeah. 508.
No, your home address. You said you live in the city?
I live there.
You live at 508 Lake Avenue? Is that the Lucerne? Okay, thank you.
If I was homeless, would it count? Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
This is the poop on my property.
Next is Greg Richter. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's Greg Richter is up next. You've had your 3 minutes.
Pooping on the library.
Sir,
Yeah, we're gonna leave.
sir, you cannot reach out like that. Thank you. You're gonna be removed.
Hi, guys. Thomas Sutra live stream. 24 hours.
It's funny, I came up here to talk about the same thing. I went up to the I'm
Would
sorry,
you
Greg
give-
Richter, 1202 South Palm Way. And I do live in the city. I went up, I'd heard some people were talking about, there's just a bunch of people up at the cultural center, at the cultural plaza after the Lions event that was up there. And what you had there is I understand the police tried to remove, told these people to move on. And I understand a commissioner told the police officer to leave them alone. And so I went up at 9:30 just to see what was the after effect. And this is one of 3 islands that were just pizza boxes, bottles, beer cans everywhere. That's it doesn't really show all that's inside the bed there. So we have a problem at the Cultural Plaza, and we need to let the police do their job, what they've been tasked to do. And if you're a commissioner and you have a problem with what they're doing, Captain Carnes, he was here. That's who you report it to. You don't police yourself. That's not your role. So it's getting worse up there, and I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dan Vasane. That's you. Come on up.
Not in the witness protection program, so don't worry about
That's okay. Just give your name and address, please.
it. 1 South Lakeside Drive, Daniel Vasone. And actually was a social studies teacher in my late 20s. For a couple of years, I had 150 kids a week. Told the principal can't
Okay,
do
you
it.
really need to get closer to the microphone.
How about this?
Yeah.
You can pick it up? Okay. Okay, then I spent 30 years in financial products. Reebok and State of Connecticut were my largest clients. I also wrote a part-time newspaper column. So anyways, that's not the reason why I'm here. I'm proposing an informal forum in coordination with the Lake Worth Library. And the topic will be the future landscape of Lake Worth. I would like to borrow Mr. McVoy and Mr. Segrich to be guest speakers, because I've talked with them both. You don't remember me. Okay, so the only conditions I have, I'm not a Tom Brokaw. I'm not a moderator. And you guys aren't Murphy Val and William F. Buckley. But there's 3 conditions here. The first is we're not going to talk about trees at Bryant Park. The second is if anybody wants a food fight, they should stay home and watch Animal House. The third thing is that developers and investors will not be invited. So that's where I am. I would like you 2 guys, I'd like to have all 5 of you speak. But then it would become a city commission meeting. Is that okay?
We don't really respond from here.
I know that.
You're proposing something that I guess we'll think about. Or
Well, no. I left with a single newspaper column I wrote about Lake Worth 20 years ago, before I moved from Connecticut to Florida, about what Lake Worth was 20 years ago. Now you just read that. It's fun, but it's serious. But anyway, my contact is on that newspaper column. For you to call me, or do you email me with any questions? By the way, the newspaper column covered a lot of things. I didn't just write about Lake Worth. That's all I have to say. That's my proposal.
Thank you very much. Is your phone number on the blue card?
So newspaper.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
It's a good read.
We'll read it. Now Malcolm Hodges is here. Is he here? He's got 2 cards.
He was the gentleman, I think that was he.
Oh, okay.
That
I'm not sure, but we'll see. Deborah Robert, who it's very good to see. Really, it's been a while. I know, she's an artist and she don't look back.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission.
Up to the,
It's a wonderful day to be here. I'm getting a little better. Happy to see you all. Deborah Robert at 127 South K Street. Yes, there's been a lot of talk about the increase of homeless folk in our downtown. Now, we're a compassionate city, and I myself, that a lot of people don't know, was without a place to live for over a year when I was younger in the freezing cold. I lived in the back of a pickup truck at a car dealership. So I'm not immune to this kind of thing whatsoever. I built myself up. However, I'm increasingly concerned with the amount of houseless individuals we see in our downtown every day. There seems to be no relief and no end in sight to the growing numbers. I listened to the last pre-agenda meeting, and now that there's a YouTube channel, Cultural Plaza, anyone can see how unsustainable, unhealthy, and dangerous the situation's become. Now, being this is National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week, which is the right time to bring this up, I feel, because it's the responsibility for every state, every county, and every city to do their part. And we do our part. What angers me is the knowledge that nearby cities with considerably bigger budgets, much more available space, and better resources bus people they don't want into our city. Many of these people, and I did check with PBSO on this, have been asked by our deputies if they want assistance. The majority do not. Not there. This is why I believe they specifically were brought here. This act by other cities is not only uncompassionate and shirks their own responsibility, but it's also detrimental to both the homeless they send and the residents who live and work here. To put tremendous burden on being overrun on a poorer, smaller city trying to get off the ground with no warning, no coordination, it's senseless. We have wonderful, compassionate programs here like the Burrito Project, and for a time it seemed we'd reached a reasonable balance. Now, being disproportionate for our scale, there's going to be no accountability. Defecation in the open, indecent exposure in broad daylight. I've seen it. Open drug use in our city center that goes unchecked. With no checks and balances, we're enabling us illicit behavior with no repercussions. I can't imagine working in the library right now in nearby businesses, and I feel pain for them having to clean human waste in the mornings. When the park's empty at night, it becomes a resident's burden. I strongly encourage you to take action. We need stronger laws and the ability to enforce them. If we had these, other cities wouldn't have the loophole and stop sending people here. The county and state attorney should investigate cities and their processes of transporting people they don't want to other cities and put a stop to it. There needs to be proportional responsibility countywide. We will continue to be a compassionate city and do all we can, and our part in that compassion must be right action and protection, but for everyone. It's time to make our city safe. Please put in place what we are sorely lacking and make our parks, alleys, and streets safe for everyone. Thank you.
thank you. Good to see you. Peggy Fisher?
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street, November 1st, 2022. Anybody know what ordinance 19-2022 was about? It was no smoking in city parks. No vaping in city parks. 3 years and a week ago. Where are the signs? They're not there. And you can't enforce something that you don't have signs. You can't ask them to put it out if you don't have signs. That is atrocious. I'm tired of asking, where are the signs? 3 years, over 3 years. All our city parks, and according to the list I received from Leisure Services Director McKay, there's about 18 of them, should have signs. And the hours on those parks should all be sunrise to sunset, period. That includes changing the hours at the Cultural Plaza. Absolutely. There's nothing that needs to go on after sunset. We are a very compassionate city. We feed people daily, multiple times some days, on our public spaces. That needs to stop. Again, feeding on our public spaces needs to stop. If you want to feed on private property, if you want to feed at a church, I have no objections. Freely go do it. But those are everyone's parks. And for an organization from Wellington to come into our park to feed, no, I don't find it acceptable. And I believe everything Ms. Roberts said. I support what she said. And I'm asking the 5 of you, or maybe it's just the 4 of you, who please do your job and be concerned about the health, safety, and welfare of all citizens in this city, not just a specific demographic, but all of us, because we all have the right to enjoy our public property. And the property around this building is a park. And if you've ever been here, leaving a meeting and walk through the 10 people or so are here, you know it's a park.
Thank you very much. Janet Serrano.
Janet Serrano, 413 North L Street. Actually, I'm going to read something on behalf of Rich Raphael, who asked me to. He couldn't be here tonight. He resides at 832 North J Street. Rich's statement. I would like to thank the Commission's support for the Mango Groves Neighborhood Association Carnival Crawl last Saturday, November 15th. And I would like to especially thank those commissioners who braved the dunk tank. Commissioner Mimi May took the first seat in the dunk tank and faced down citizens who tried their best to douse her with water from the overhead bucket. In her defense, however, Mimi did have a super soaker squirt gun, and many of the throwers got almost as wet as she did. As a special note, Mayor Betty Resch successfully hit the dunk tank target and doused Mimi May. Commissioner Anthony Segrich spent over an hour in the dunk tank chair. Not only did he get soaked by citizens hitting the dunk tank target, but he quickly learned to reset the dunk tank mechanism. The fun of soaking a commissioner continued almost without pause. And like Mimi, he had not one, but 3 super soaker squirt guns at his disposal. He was armed. Saturday's event demonstrated yet again how the city of Lake Worth Beach and its leaders come together to support the neighborhoods, and how the neighborhoods come together to support each other. Sunset Ridge and Parrot Cove served both as hosts and participants. To Rich's comments, I would just like to tell you that Mango Groves Neighborhood Association is grateful for the many Lake Worth Beach merchants who stepped up, offering gift cards and merchandise totaling over $2,600 for raffle prizes at the end of the carnival event. And also, I want to thank all the residents who volunteered to help us at the games. We couldn't have done it without them. So a very big thank you to them also. And I'll let you know that we'll be donating $1,000 plus to Pathways for Colleges for money that we do 10% of gross proceeds in ticket sales. And then we had a silent auction that also raised money, and a 50-50 raffle that raised money. The 50-50 raffle winner donated her half of the money also to Pathways to College. So,
Jesse.
Yes, Jesse Hilligus. So we hope to see you all at Carnival 2026 and hope to have another smashing success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, okay. I didn't volunteer for the dunk tank. And I unsuccessfully tried to dunk Commissioner Segrich.
I was dunked a total of 43 times.
Yeah. Well, I paid them well.
There were only 46 attempts.
Oh my God. Really? That's good. That's good. I participated the first time I went through the whole, circle. And I have to tell you, it's that kind of situation, that kind of community involvement. It was spectacular, because at the end there's a big party and you see people that where do you live? Where do you live? You get to meet people. One of the things that we have one of the best things about our city, many wonderful things, is the relationship that we have with each other. We don't always agree on stuff, but we know how to party. We know how to take care of each other. And thank you to Mango Groves, because it was really spectacular. So please pass it on to Mr. Raphael as well. Thank you. And that was the last of our public participation questions.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
you did provide some could I say something briefly?
real briefly, please.
Okay, thank you. I too was invited to the dunk by the bucket or whatever, and would happily have gone. I've done it in the past and it's fun, and I agree with the mayor. It's a good way to, interact with folks and get us, needed shower and that sort of thing. I had two activities, one that ran till about 1, and then I had an award ceremony with the Lake Worth Lions in the afternoon. So I had to send my regrets to Mr. Raphael that I could not be in both places at once. That sounds good. Hopefully I won't have a conflict.
There are some days where you just have to pick which activity you're going to go to. Yeah. Okay, approval of, now we're going to, approval of minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to come to the fire department.
I know.
Madam Mayor, if you will, I will read this ordinance by the caption.
Thank you.
This is ordinance 2025-26, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, providing for the city's consent to the inclusion of the entire territory within the City of Lake Worth Beach municipal boundaries into Palm Beach County's Fire Rescue Municipal Service Taxing Unit for fire rescue, fire protection, advanced life support, or similar emergency services, fire code enforcement, and other necessary and incidental services, providing for intent, purpose, and consent, providing for effectiveness and duration of consent, providing for effectiveness of repeal, acknowledging ad valorem millage rate limitation, and providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, codification, captions, and an effective date.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Thank you. Would you like to speak with us, fire department, please?
I'm sorry, who made the motion?
Vice Mayor Maliga.
Maliga Mavoy. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Commission. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Assistant Chief Dave Woodside from Palm Beach County Fire Rescue on behalf of Chief Kennedy, who had a conflict for the death of one of our retired employees, couldn't make it tonight. So on behalf of him, the men and women of Fire Rescue, we love serving the citizens of Lake Worth and would like your support to continue that service.
Thank you. So essentially, this is just a continuation of the agreement that we have at this point. Okay.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. It's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Stay safe out there.
We love our firefighters.
Thank you for your hard work. Busiest station of the town.
Mr. Liberty's up. Good evening.
That's material, which is same material you had at the
Recently.
October 28 meeting. Well, we made one of the first to it tonight and we got for consideration.
Thank you.
Just for point of context, can we make sure that this is added to the backup, Jamie, for this tonight's meeting?
Sure.
Okay. Commissioners and Madam Mayor, for the record, Ed Liberty, Electric Utility Director. At the October 28 meeting for the electric utility, you all heard us present on the supplemental capacity and energy contract. And that included a presentation by our consultants at Enfront who are on the phone tonight. And also available is the representative of the winning bidder, which is FMPA. I believe Chris Gowder is likely on the phone. At that time, if we look on page 7 of the PowerPoint presentation, which is the same presentation that you saw that night, we referred to bid 1, bid 2, and bid 3. Bid 1 was at $15.5 million average annual cost. Bid 2 was $13.8 million, and bid 3 was $15.9. At the time, based on the information that we had, we felt that bid 1 provided the better value. We still believe that it provides good value, but we have reason to believe that bid 2 may be a very viable alternative that we should take a look at as well. In your deliberations that night in our presentation, we asked for permission to go ahead and begin negotiations along the line of bid one. After gathering further information, understanding the risks of bid one or bid two with respect to network transmission service, we have decided to bring this back to you to allow us to look much more closely at bid two and see if we can get that one to work. That has a $1.7 million advantage over bid one. That is a great advantage with not commensurate risk that would go with it. And that has to do with our ability to move power from our, what we call designated network resources, which is a fancy way of saying a power plant, to our pod or POD or point of delivery, which is where we are, through the network integrated transmission system owned by FPL. No fault of FPL's, but it has to do with the ability to move power through the maze of the transmission system. So after looking at this more closely together with our consultants and 3 to 4 or 5 hours of conversations with FMPA, we've got a much better feeling about the savings that are available in bid two versus bid one. We still have to flesh it out a little bit more. We do have an upcoming, or FMPA will have an upcoming meeting with FPL to understand it a little bit better in terms of the flexibility in the transmission system. But we think that bid two is a very, very viable alternative. So in order to save some time tonight, we're not asking you to actually approve a contract. We're just asking you to approve us to go ahead and look at bid two much more closely. So we have taken the liberty, no pun intended, of drafting a motion for you to take a look at, which would give us the authority to go ahead and shift off what you previously approved, which is to pursue bid one. So if I may read for the public to see, is that okay, Mayor, if I read that? Okay. Motion to grant, this is the draft that we've put together for suggested motion for tonight. Motion to grant utility staff authority to negotiate a power supply contract with FMPA, which is the Florida Municipal Power Agency, using the approach previously presented as bid two, and should staff decide it to be more advantageous, the authority to switch to using bid one as a backup approach. So this gives us the flexibility to move to bid two, but leave back bid one as a backup. It's important, and why we're on tonight is to get this done before mid-December, so power can be flowing in the proper way on January 1. So the time is of the essence. One of the things that was important to us, that $1.7 million difference, is close to $12 million over the term of the contract. And as I looked at that closer in discussion with our consultants, that would be $12 million of additional money that we would spend without a commensurate risk reduction. And that risk at the end of the contract would be, should we seek to change suppliers, which is entirely possible in 7 years, that we would have to go get network transmission service on our own again. Now that sounds terrible, but the reality is that we would basically have to, and under FERC rules, we would have to front the money to make improvements to the system if they were necessary, to the network transmission system, but we would be repaid for those investments over a period of time through network transmission credits. So it appears to me that spending $12 million that we would never get back to lessen the risk of having to pay for network improvements that we would get back doesn't seem like a good investment. So we want to pursue that further to make sure that that our impression is correct, and if it is correct, be able to bring back a lower cost alternative for you.
Motion to approve as stated.
Do I have a second? Mr. Segrich, your light was on first?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure and clarify for the public that both bid one and bid two came from the same vendor. They were just two different pricing packages. That's correct?
Correct. I should have mentioned that. Is a very good point. Bid one and bid two are both from the Florida Municipal Power Agency. And the follow-on question naturally would be, well, why would they suggest something that was lower cost to them and lower, in theory, lower profit to them? It represents lower risk to them as well. And they are a member-driven organization. So I can tell in their ethos that in the meetings that we had with them on last week on Thursday afternoon, that they want to do the right thing for the member. And they really felt that we were they were happy that they were selected, but they really felt that bid two was the much better option for us and for them. It gives them a lot more flexibility in how they move power to us.
Thank you. Ms. Malega.
Thank you. So I know that our biggest concern back then was the requirement for us to give up FPL transmission rights. That is not a problem or a concern for staff now?
No, it's not that big of a concern. So if we look at this risk, of triggering network upgrades. The reality is that we've had that risk for decades. And how did that manifest itself? When we began taking service from OUC in roughly 2014, and conceivably even before that, any time that you change what are referred to as the network resources or the source of the power that's being sent to you, you could in fact then trigger potential upgrades to the system. So we've been through that a number of times, have not triggered that. Now that doesn't mean that we won't trigger it in the future, but it seems like a manageable risk to us. The source of power for us is typically from the north, meaning it's flowing from the north towards the south. So that's the way we're typically served today. That's the way we would be served under these FMPA contracts. And when you look at the numbers of players left in the market, because that's decreasing over time, it's likely to be the source in the future. We recognize there's a risk of doing that. That risk of having to make network improvements and us having to front the money is mitigated by the fact that we would be paid back through transmission credits. We also looked ahead into our projected fund balances using the Stantec models, and we can see that by 2031, 2032, we would have reasonable amounts of fund balance to cover that transition while we put out the money and then earned it back through credits, which would include interest on the money as well.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Thank you very much. And
Thank
thank you
you.
for coming back and explaining it.
Who motions and seconded that?
You and McCoy. You and McCoy.
No, I didn't.
Oh, Anthony seconded it.
Anthony.
Thank you.
Seconded it.
Seconded it. Okay. Public hearings, ordinance number 25-19, second reading. Please read by title.
This is ordinance 2025-19 of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, calling for a referendum of the qualified electors of the city of Lake Worth Beach to be held on March 10th, 2026, as to whether section 10 of article 4 of the city of Lake Worth Beach charter shall be repealed, providing for notice and advertising of the referendum, providing requisite ballot language for submission to the voters, providing for referendum canvassing, providing for severability codification should the referendum pass, repeal of conflicting laws, and an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Mr. McBoy?
Aye.
Okay. Ordinance 25-20, second reading, calling for a referendum to amend the charter regarding certification of election results. Please read by
Oh,
title.
we forgot to ask for public comment. Oops.
Is there any public comment? No.
Ordinance number 2025-20 of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, calling for a referendum of the qualified electors of the city of Lake Worth Beach to be held on March 10th, 2026, as to whether section 2 of article 3 of the city of Lake Worth Beach charter shall be amended to provide that election results are certified by the Palm Beach County Supervisor of Elections, providing for notice and advertising of the referendum, providing requisite ballot language for submission to the voters, providing for referendum canvassing, providing for severability codification should the referendum pass, repeal of conflicting laws, and an effective date.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. McBoy is absent from the dais right now. Ordinance number 25-21, second reading.
Ordinance number 2025-21 of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, calling for a referendum of qualified electors of the city of Lake Worth Beach to be held on March 10th, 2026, as to whether section 3 of article 2 of the city of Lake Worth Beach charter shall be amended to provide that city-owned property east of the A1A roadway may be leased for up to 99 years for purposes other than lodging and residential uses, providing for notice and advertising of the referendum, providing requisite ballot language for submission to the voters, providing for referendum canvassing, providing for severability, codification should the referendum pass, repeal of conflicting laws, and an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Wait, hold on. Oh, second.
Okay. We do have public comment. I'm going to call up Madam Clerk. Do you have public comment?
I do on this one, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call Priscilla Hallowell first.
You know what I did with my water bottle?
Priscilla Hallowell. She may have left. Catherine Colmeyer. Followed by Ginny Powell, followed by John Surdy. And Greg Richter.
Catherine, Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. This amendment changes the current charter from if there's going to be, if the city is going to lease property for over 30 years, then that project would have to go to a vote, a referendum of the city. And this changes it to up to 99 years. You don't need a referendum for those from the residents of the city. So that means that the people in the city have a lot less input. It's much less democratic than it was. And that's a very long time to make a decision about the city without putting it to the people. In previous charter amendments, a charter review committee has been appointed. I would like to have seen a charter review committee for these amendments. It's proposed to put on the ballot on the 10th of March, which is like 4 months away, just over. So I think that's a very short time to get all the information about this and what it means to the people of the city. When there were 2 meetings previously, not that many people from many parts of the city came. I was told that nothing had gone out in different languages than English to the residents of the city. So I think it behooves the commission to take longer over this very drastic step in changing the charter. Thank you.
Thank you. Ginny Powell?
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. You know, my position on this, I don't agree that this should go to a referendum at this time. I think if you want that, it should go to the Charter Review Committee first. I don't see that if we're not going to have lodging at the east of A1A, I don't really see the need for a 99-year lease. And I just feel like those kind of terms, we may almost would be selling the land if it's a 99-year lease. That's a very long time. I don't think there's been enough information put out there. There were 2 informational meetings that I don't think really did as much as they should have. But I think at the very least there needed to be more. So anyway, I am asking you to vote against this, putting this on the charter in March. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Sergi? Sergi?
Good evening, John Zerdy, 217 South Palm Way. Happy to see all of you here tonight and to be here, especially Vice Mayor Valiga. Thank you. You can see by how many people are here, the interest, I guess, in this issue, and even before, because I know this is the second reading. So in terms of the 99-year lease, if you want people to publicly participate with a proposal for anything in the beach, because what's built out there is just dismal and was dismal. I was involved in the beginning and fought it the way it got turned out in the first place. All those things were explained to you in detail from William, his experience as well. He was also part of the team. It's obvious that we can't do that as a government. You can see the results. So in order for you to get other money, we have to have other private investment. They're not going to take that and try to amortize whatever they want to do out there in 30 years. You need to have a business mind to kind of understand this. Also, no lodging. So the hotel part is done. I don't know what then Zyscovich's role is going to play, because a whole big piece of this whole thing is erased from the possibilities that could be done out there. I think what's left is, do we do something with the pool? One of the commissioners is very involved or interested in that, which is fine. But there was a charrette that was done with a group that we tried to help without any pay or anything else to say you need to have more interest in sharing a pool activity like a cabana pool with a restaurant and other things up there, and create enough facilities to have a legitimate conference space, wedding and venue space, because it's terrible there. That's why.
Thank you. That's time.
So I'm looking forward to this being on there, but I think it reduced the whole involvement of Ziskovich or what else is there. So I'd like to understand how that got erased from the charter. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Richter.
Greg Richter, 1202 South Palmway. I'm going to do something that doesn't usually happen to this podium. I came up here to say thank you, and that's not about getting on the board. This process that you guys did, especially you two, you try to get the community involved. You really did. You know, with your community meetings, you try to get engagement. You were at both of them. You were at both of them. I know you were ill, so you had a hall pass. But no, you guys have done everything right here. And, you know, they talk about the charter review. When we did we went from 20 to 30 years at the beach. That was not a charter review. They did exactly what you're doing up here. And you guys have done everything you can to get the word out. People don't want to participate. That's their problem. There's things about some of this I like or don't like, but I get a chance to vote on it. But the fact is that you guys have done it right. And I felt really bad that night, all the hatred, all the misinformation, all the hatred that came up here. You don't deserve it. You did it. You all did a good job. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richter. Madam Clerk. You're muted.
My apologies.
Go ahead.
My comment is from Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. I'm against granting longer leases at our public beach complex. This appears to be a city proposed giveaway to developers who want to take over our public lands and develop them for tourists and Palm Beachers. We already have a charter procedure wherein a developer can propose a project and bring it to the voters and get a longer lease if the residents agree. We don't need to open it up for developers so they can do an run around our current protective procedures. Our current procedure is ideal because the developer would have to come up with a proposal that the majority of voters would want. Revoking the prior charter protections means that the city leaders, whomever they might be at the time, get to decide on the development, not the residents. This is a terrible idea, and I urge you to vote no. The majority of residents who have spoken on this issue at the town hall meetings, at various commission meetings, etc., have urged the commission to vote no. Please listen to us. That's the only comment I have.
Okay, thank you very much. We have, Mr. McBoy, your light's on?
Yes, my light is very much on. I think we need to be very clear as a commission and be honest to our community and tell them what we're doing. This is east of A1A. The only thing we own east of A1A is a park. It's not, the Park of Commerce or something or other. It is a public park. So this is exactly what Mr. Smith just stated. This is an end run. It's a giveaway in advance to developers when there is zero reason to need to do that. Our language in our charter says you can already have a lease up to 30 years if you show a project and the community says that is a reasonable thing to do with our park. We already have that procedure. If you're really committed, if we as a commission in a straight face can tell our constituents that we're committed to democracy, you have the procedure in place. You are seeking to end run around that, give it away to developers, and it's shameful. And it's shameful, and it's clear that this community for years has said, keep your hands off of our public beach. It is a public beach. It is not our most valuable property. That's not what it is. This is a center point to our community. And the arguments that, well, we don't need a charter review committee. Well, we've What are people afraid of? Why is this commission afraid to really bring this out in the community? Make sure people understand what rights they're giving up if you vote for this and what rights they're not. You know full well that it isn't going to be a democratic process, and anybody who says differently is simply not being forthright or honest about it, because what will happen is that developers who have quite a bit of an interest, as said, nobody's going to do 30-year lease if they're going to do some big development up there. They want a 99-year lease. So they have a vested interest to mount a campaign to tell voters that this is going to pave the roads with gold and all the money that we make up there. The developers are really nice folks and they're just doing it to give money to the rest of the city. They'll tell you all sorts of things. This is South Florida, guys. We have seen crappy developer land deals over and over since the first development starting a century and a half ago. Do not be fooled by this. And as a commission, please have the decency and honesty to tell the commission, to the community, that yes, we're giving away your beach up front. You have a perfectly reasonable mechanism right now. If it's an excellent proposal that's worth 99 years, bring it on. Let us vote on it. But no, you want to take that away and give it away without that. Shameful.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Nay.
And from now on, Madam Clerk, can you keep commissioner comments to 3 minutes? It's 8 o'clock and we're just getting started.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. Unfinished business A, ordinance 25-22, first reading.
This is ordinance number 2025-22 of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, calling for a referendum of the qualified electors of the city of Lake Worth Beach to be held on March 10th, 2026, as to whether Section 4 of Article 2 of the city of Lake Worth Beach Charter shall be amended to provide that city-owned property west of the A1A roadway to the lagoon, downtown, and public parks within the city may be leased for up to 99 years, providing for notice and advertising of the referendum, providing requisite ballot language for submission to the voters, providing for referendum canvassing, providing for severability, codification should the referendum pass, repeal of conflicting laws, and an effective.
Thank you very much.
Motion to approve version 2.
Is that
Second.
B? Version B?
Version 2.
Two.
2.
I want to make sure we're talking about the same. Version 2, yeah. We have
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this one?
I have none, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Manager, do we have any on this one? Okay, Ms. Malega followed, and please keep track of the time, 3 minutes.
This is the question that I asked at the pre-agenda meeting. Version 2 still stops at the Lake Worth Lagoon. And the last time we talked about this was including the west of Dixie Highway.
I think I'm going to ask our attorney to explain what version 2 is.
Sure. So version 2 simplifies the ballot language from what was presented in version 1. Is so instead of listing all the different types of property that are covered under the current charter language, that it just simplifies that so that it's up to allow city property west of A1A that is restricted in the charter to be leased for the longer term.
So it makes no changes, it just increases the time.
Correct. The only change in the actual charter language would be to add beach to the city's name and to change less than 20 to up to 99 years.
And I think in the title, I think in the body, city, actually the city owned property, because it says city property right now.
Sure.
Okay.
Can make that change.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McBoy.
My concern with this one is very similar. This takes publicly owned land, which our current charter makes very clear that if you want to have a proposal for something on our publicly owned land, bring the proposal, put it to a vote, because why would somebody have put this? Why would previous commissions have put this in our charter? Because a feeling is that 99 years is a very long time to give away public property. And maybe before we just do that as 5 of us that potentially might be influenced by developers and developers' claims and things. If the proposal is that good, bring it to the public and let the public vote on publicly owned land if it's longer than a 20-year lease. If it's less than a 20-year lease, just go ahead and do it. You have a mechanism that the voters have asked for, that the commissions have asked for, that seems very reasonable. Why would you give something away for a century just because a developer wants it? If a developer wants that for private property, totally understandable. They can negotiate with the owner and say, hey, we don't really want to buy it. We'd just like to lease it, but we'd like to lease it for 99 years. Fine. But that's not what this is. This is for publicly owned property in our city. It boggles the mind that we are willing, the four others on this commission, I guess, are willing to simply cave in front of developers in a part of the world, in a part of Florida that has a lousy history of how that works. And it doesn't take a lot of thinking about it to figuring out developers are in that to make money for their project or their shareholders, whatever. And they will do things that are in the interest of that. That may or may not be in this parallel and appropriate with the interests of the community. So you have a good mechanism. Let the community see what the proposal is and vote on it. If it's such a great idea, it will surely pass. Why would you take that away? Unless, there you go.
Thank you.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
From the city attorney? So I guess where my confusion, again, I'm not operating at 100%, is the Article 2, Section 4 version differences, where one, we're striking out a lot of the boundaries or all of the boundaries and just opening up. So can you just?
Sure. So that's version 3. Version 3 was developed based on your conversation at the last meeting that was kind of cut short. And the discussion at that meeting was, as you were saying, to for the provision to cover all of those cities' property, basically from the lagoon west. And when I was working on this and developing the language and trying to meet your intent, what I found was that by broadening it, you would be capturing a lot of property that is currently owned by the city or the city may acquire through various, legal proceedings such as foreclosure, that would then be subject to a referendum requirement that currently aren't.
But version 2 does not, because we're not
Correct.
striking out all of the boundaries.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'm operating a little slow, so thank you for indulging me.
You'll be indulged, Mr. Segridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hearing the term giveaway, it gets a little bit redundant, and it belies a fundamental misunderstanding of how this works. If we are leasing a property to somebody, inherently we are not giving it away. We are charging them money. One of the reasons that I support this is if we look at our downtown and some of the properties in the last 5, 10, 15 years since this was instituted, we had no choice but to not basically own the land as a city if we were going to aggregate and have things be developed. So, for example, the project of the WMOTA. Everyone likes to say we gave that land away. Had we had the 99-year lease provision, that could have been a very much better deal for the city. We could have had a 99-year land lease on that, or a 50-year land lease on that, or a 75-year land lease on that, which would have been a lot more profitable or generate a lot more income to the city than what the current deal is. The boundary definitions, I understand totally how we opened it up. I would have preferred the language been simpler, but we simply can't do that. And, this gives us the ability to entertain projects for our assets here within the city. and actually have developers come in and look at these things. And it's not just developer driven. We from the dais voted to put our annex building and that block there out for proposal of a public-private partnership. Somebody is not going to invest the amount of money required to come up with a good proposal, architectural diagrams, everything they have to do, if that proposal is not even a possibility. And what this does is it allows those proposals to be a possibility. And as far as saying that we're taking the power away from people, you know, the comment that it is opening it up and putting more power essentially in the commission's hands, that's true. It is putting more power in the commission's hands, but it's also opening that opportunity that would not exist if we didn't do that. Now, this vote tonight doesn't mean this passes in terms of gets our charter changed. It means it's given out to the people, and we have 4 months for those opposed and those for to educate each other, debate, have public discourse, and come to a decision by the people. That's why this is in our charter. That's why this is a referendum. It's to give it back out to the people. But as far as the city moving forward, especially
Madam Mayor, that was 3 minutes.
of tax reduction and so on, I believe this is a necessary step for our city.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say, you sort of took the words of me, no developer. It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to come with a proposal that would actually work. And if there is no assurance that it could even be possible, it's never going to happen. I find it offensive. The cave in front of developers, I find that highly offensive. I also find, again, we have an inference from Mr. McVoy that the four of us are under undue influence with developers and some sort of cryptic end to his sentence, and unprofessional, rude, uncalled for. I'm going to call for a vote.
I
We have public comment, right? Sorry.
and I still have my light.
No, you had your 3 minutes. Ms. Powell and Ms. Colmeyer. Sorry about that. And there's no comments from the clerk's office?
I have none on this item, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. I would agree with Commissioner Segrich that we could have had a lease with WMOTA, and we have a current way that could have happened. We could have taken that project to a referendum. And that is what the charter currently allows, and that what we could do with any project currently. I understand, or I hear what you're saying, Mayor. I just don't know if I quite agree with that a developer spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, well, perhaps they are, but it might be worth it in the end if they put forward a good project and the citizens like it and they go forward. Verizon did a lot of work, and they were not expecting anything in return. And as it turns out, they're not going to be able to get lodging at the beach. I don't agree with a commenter who said that we did this the right way. You all have had enough questions between the last commission meeting, your pre-agenda meeting, and tonight. And Commissioner Maliga, I think your brain is just fine. You have questions and you ask them, but there have been a lot of questions and concerns. As a matter of fact, after the pre-agenda meeting, you had to go and each have some sort of one-on-one with the attorney to try to resolve issues with this particular one west of A1A. So if you don't fully understand it and it takes you 3 meetings to understand it, then what do you think the citizens are thinking? And I disagree that if people were concerned, they'd be here. No, there has not been enough information out there to the general public to understand this. If you vote yes on this one you're considering right this minute, that means the golf course can have a hotel. And that concerns me a lot. And I think it would concern everybody who plays golf there, which is not just the city of Lake Worth Beach.
Thank you, that's time.
Palm Beach loves that golf course. I wish Pansy Hollowell had been here and stayed to make her comments on that. Thank you. Vote no.
Ms. Colmeyer, followed by Ms. Fisher.
Yeah.
Catherine Colmer, 503 First Avenue South. Okay. There's a few comments people made that I'd like to correct. Mr. Richter said that he saw hatred and misinformation up here from, I think he meant maybe the public. I was at both meetings, Commissioner Mays and Commissioner Segridge's meetings concerning the charter amendments, and I've been at the meetings here. As far as I can feel in my heart, I have never spoken to you with hatred, and I, to my best ability, have not created misinformation, although I mean, I may make mistakes, but it's not deliberate. And so I just don't understand. I don't recognize that reference. I take exception to John Zerdy saying that you have to have a business brain to understand this or a business mind to understand this. This is talking about the city's parks. It's talking about the golf course. I think people can, and our beach, I think people can understand that, you know, there's room for some parks and there's room for some natural spaces that are beneficial in many ways. And that if a developer has a good project, there is a possible way to get it done, bring it to a referendum. It absolutely is possible. Are you saying, Mayor Resch, that the developers will not have to spend so much money in order to convince the commission to give them a chance for a development? But the commission doesn't need to have so many questions asked as the populace does. I mean, you're shaking your head, but I understood you to say that a developer will not try if they can't even have a possibility of having a development. Well, there is a possibility if it goes to referendum. We can't, you know, it can happen.
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you very much. Peggy Fisher.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. A referendum allows the voters to decide. You all are giving the voters the opportunity to say what they want. You five, or as I would probably more appropriately say, you four are not giving away anything. You are giving the public, and Madam Mayor, it is inappropriate for a member of the public to stand up here and make public comment and have very derogatory movements made by members of the commission. And if you want to see it, you can review it on the tape. I expect everyone, whether it's me or anybody else, to treat the public appropriately and with respect. We're supposed to respect you. You need to respect us. And that should not come out of my time. You are not giving away anything. You are giving the public an opportunity to vote. If you don't like that, as a commissioner, that's your problem. We had a commissioner who gave away the ability to have a whole lot more resident parking at the beach for the tune of $6 million, I believe, from the county. That's giving away something. How many times have we heard from residents, we want more resident parking? Can't have it because someone gave it away, and it was a commissioner sitting up there. So that's a giveaway. Yes, it is. And I'm tired of this, man.
Don't point.
Well, then please don't act like that. That's disrespectful. Not you, the person who you're right. That is disrespectful. And it was an agreement made with the county.
Or I was on the committee.
Please.
Excuse me, I am speaking.
Don't interrupt.
I was not referring to any particular commissioner in front of me when I made my comment. So if you feel guilty, that's your problem. But my point of speaking is to say you are not giving away anything. You are giving the public the opportunity to make a decision and tell you what we want. If you don't want this to pass, then get off your butt, get out on the streets, talk to people. Same goes if you think it's a good thing. Get out on the street and talk to people. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mayor, I still had my.
You have we all had 3 minutes and you used your
I
3
didn't-
minutes.
I was not called on my 3 minutes, so I don't think that I did.
Madam Clerk, how much time does Mr. McVoy have in his 3 minutes? Do you know?
39 seconds was what he
All
had
right,
left.
Mr. McVoy, you have 39 seconds.
Thank you. It is a false statement to say that developers, and there's an architect in the room who knows this, people put in for projects, architectural competitions all the time. They spend great sums. Multiple firms apply and they know that they're not all going to get it. Only one, possibly two will get it. People do that upfront spending all the time. A comment was made, we could not have aggregated properties. We were specifically advised by planners that aggregating properties is not a good public planning thing. So to make something possible to do that goes against good planning. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Nay.
Nay. Mr. McVoy votes nay. New business. A, agreement with Lock Pump and Equipment Company. Unfinished. Oh, I'm sorry. B, 25-23, first reading.
This is ordinance number 25-23 of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, calling for a referendum to qualified electors of the city of Lake Worth Beach to be held on March 10th, 2026. As to whether section 3 of article 4 of the city of Lake Worth Beach charter shall be amended to provide for filling a permanent vacancy in the office of city manager, providing for notice and advertising of the referendum, providing for requisite ballot language for submission to the voters, providing for referendum canvassing, providing for severability, codification should the referendum pass, repeal of conflicting laws, and an effective date.
Thank you very much.
To approve.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion by Ms. Malega, second by Mr. Segrich.
Light is on.
Yeah, I see that, Mr. McVoy. Thank you so much. Okay, we have a public comment. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comments?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Oh, you did. Okay. First, we're going to hear from the public comment of the public who is here. Ms. Fisher.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. I appreciate whoever suggested this referendum item. It is a much needed referendum item. We are almost 2 years to the point of having Mr. Brown graciously serve as our interim city manager. And this would prevent that happening and allow the city to more efficiently acquire a new city manager or hire a new city manager and go forward with the business of the city. So whomever, because I don't remember it ever being discussed before appearing in this way, whomever felt this was a good idea and to the consensus that agreed to it, thank you.
You're welcome. Madam Clerk.
The first comment that I have is from Todd Ketchum at 225 South K Street, Unit 1. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. I am in favor of the referendum going to ballot with one small change. The word shall should be added so that the proposed charter amendment states the process to fill a permanent vacancy in the office of city manager shall be started within 90 days after the vacancy and shall continue in good faith until the office of the city manager is filled, whether a scrivener's error or oversight that needs to be corrected prior to going forward to the ballot. The second comment that I have is from Ramsey McLeod at 24 South C Street. I appreciate you taking my concerns on this issue seriously and updating this section of the charter. However, I still find it lacking in guidance. At the end of line 107, there is no guidance or direction on what to do in the event of a natural disaster. I strongly believe this should be included because of how the current members of the dais have been able to manipulate the process in order to delay taking action for almost 2 years now. In the event of a hurricane, if it is left up to these members to determine when the city is up and operational or fully recovered, they could again wait an inordinate amount of time before starting anything because that is a subjective assessment. Therefore, as originally proposed, I submit the following. In the event of a natural disaster, the City Commission will have a total of 180 days from the date of the incident in which to start the process. Once started, the process shall continue in good faith until the office of the city manager is filled.
Thank you. Is that it?
That is all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. I think, Madam Attorney, the Scrivener, is that a Scrivener? That's a Scrivener's error.
It is, and I caught that as well. I meant to mention it.
Okay.
We'll make that change.
Okay, Mr. Segridge. And we'll have 3 minutes, 3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just thinking about the natural disaster aspect of this, I would really worry we get into another SB 180 kind of issue and we get declared a disaster zone because we're in Palm Beach County and there were hurricanes, like tornadoes out west that really didn't affect us. I think it's okay as it is. It's a major step forward, and that would be a pretty long distance outlier for me.
And good faith is
correct.
Good faith, right?
Yeah. And then just the other thing really quick with this, when I was discussing it with the city attorney, I really would have liked to have seen this apply to all city commission appointed positions because given recent events, those are very important positions within the city. And she educated me to the fact that, well, this is the only one in the charter and there's nothing stopping us from doing an ordinance as such to help guide us or a policy to that. I think we should have a policy that mirrors this for our other appointed positions. And whether we just have to discuss that at a future meeting, I would just ask consensus that at a future meeting, this isn't a hugely important one, but somewhere getting on the list to either have an ordinance or a policy that we do this kind of 90 days for those other positions that we appoint.
So that city attorney
and the auditor.
and the internal auditor, which we're going to have to do now, sadly.
Yeah.
I have no problem with anybody have any problem with that? Mr. McBoy? Do you have a problem with that, with Mr. Segridge's suggestion?
Proposal to have a discussion about it at some future point?
Correct. Consensus.
Yes, we have consensus.
Thank you.
Yes. Well, it's a consensus to discuss. I don't think he's committing. Mr. McBoy, your light is on.
Yeah, I'm just curious if somebody can tell me where this idea, which is pretty significant. Our charter is our founding document. That's our most fundamental one. It's the kind of thing that one ought to think fairly carefully and have gone through some sort of process before you make changes to it willy-nilly. And I'm curious where this proposal came from. So I'd like an answer on that, and then I have some other comments.
Present when it was done.
I can answer that, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Segridge?
This is a topic I campaigned on, got elected on, and also proposed in our meeting.
And
as well as Ramsey McLeod brought it forth, and other members of the community.
Yep.
Okay, so it certainly didn't bubble up from a broad, people calling us all up and saying, we need a real change to the charter. It needs to be 90 days, and these are sort of operational things that are very different than what you put in a charter. Charter is some of the things that we've already been talking about of major approaches to how we deal with public land and things like that. I find it just very weird that it's been recommended to us by many residents here. Hey, if these are such good ideas, run them through a charter review committee. Let the charter review committee reach out to the public and see if there's interest for these things. This feels like one or two people have decided to push this through, and that's good enough reason to change the charter. That, in my book, that's not very good governance. It's not. You shouldn't change your charter lightly because one or two people have a grumble of some sort. It ought to be something that bubbles up organically from a lot of people having a concern. Look, we've had a policy for a long time in our charter. Maybe we need to change it for solid reason. That didn't happen. Nobody has ever called me up and said, hey, we need to change how we do the city manager. Ever. So I do not think this is a very good idea. I don't think it's something that makes sense to put out in the community. People, you're going to get blank looks. Well, I don't know. Is that a good idea? Are there better ways to do it? Shouldn't that be something that the commission addresses and deals with? I also think that it boxes in future commissions and future situations in ways that's unwise, that you don't, that's unintended consequences. Thank you. And I have some time left if I need.
You- Would you like to, how much time does Mr. McVoy have?
19 seconds.
Please use your 19 seconds if you'd like.
I'll save them for rainy day.
Okay, thank you very much. So, I'm telling you, all in favor? Aye. Any
Nay.
opposed? Mr. McVoy votes against it. Can
we take a break?
We could take a break. We've been at this since 5 o'clock.
I just gotta go potty.
Okay, go. She's got a husband.
Madam Mayor, are we gonna wait for City Manager Brown to get back? Or are you ready to restart?
Oh, right. We can go ahead. We can start.
Alrighty, it is 8:40 and we have reconvened.
I'm mean. Josh. New business A, agreement with Lock Pump and Equipment Company of Florida, DBA Skid to purchase 2 triplex sodium hydrochloride skid pump systems and 2 triplex acid skid pump systems.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
By Malega. All in favor? Any public
May
comment?
Malega.
Is there any public comment?
One.
I have none, Madam Mayor.
Keep forgetting it. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you very much.
All right.
New business B. Construction agreement with B&B Underground Construction, Inc. for the Village Flats and Alleyway Water Main Improvements Project. Do I have a motion?
Yes, thank you.
Third.
Okay. McVoy, Malega, all in favor?
Aye.
Oh, Mr. Segrich has his light on.
Sorry, I couldn't get the words out. I was like,
That guy. That guy wants to talk.
Very quickly.
Yep.
I know in the past, we've given an instruction to staff and our attorneys to increase the insurance amounts. And we're still going with the standard 1 and 2 million. And on some of these projects, I think we need to be a lot higher.
quite a reference to the attorney.
Is this the standard coverage? I mean, this is.
It is.
Yeah, this has pretty much been the standard coverage. So. Duly noted. No, I think industry standard.
I would have to refer that question to purchasing.
Yeah. And I think this, and this has gone through purchasing.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well. She's
very good at her job.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nobody. Okay, C.
Thank you.
Yeah, really, for this stuff you can zoom.
Ridiculous.
No offense.
Yeah, we love you, but go home.
Actually, it's easier to be here probably right now. Okay, work order, item C. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful trip home. Have a great Thanksgiving. Work order 25 with Hooper Corporation for construction services. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second? Mr. McVoy seconds it. Are there any public, do you have any more public comments at all? Yes, you do for G. Okay. Do you have any public comments on C, Madam Clerk?
I do not, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. D, agreement with G&W Electric Company for 60 solid dielectric single tription option reclosers.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second? I want quadruple. All of, Ms. Malega.
Second. Oh, second, May.
Okay, by Miss May. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Next one up is a purchase order with Allen J Fleet Sales for the procurement for fleet replacement vehicles. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
I have a question.
Okay.
He's here just in time.
Uh-oh. Can we make a motion to at least talk about it?
Yeah.
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Conversation.
Second.
Miss May seconds it. Miss Malega.
Mr. Brown.
Yes, ma'am.
Why are you the only one who ever comes to us for trucks? And you never let us play with them?
Well, fleet does fall under public works, but these are all vehicles that were budgeted for in the budget that was approved for FY26. And these are obviously broken out. We do utilize Sourcewell or the sheriff's contract. This one is for Sourcewell, which is a competitively bid process statewide.
And are these going to have the tracking? My real question was, are these going to have the tracking devices, the GPS?
All
the
vehicles
the
from
cameras?
here on out will have the GPS.
The cameras that we just approved, are they going to go in these vehicles as well?
Yes, and depending on the heavy equipment is a little bit different with the cameras because we have different types of cameras for that.
Okay, so
for our larger equipment.
the order
But-
that we approved a couple weeks ago included these?
Correct.
Okay, even though we don't have
Because
possession yet.
yeah, so we're not adding vehicle, these are replacements.
Yeah, got it.
So those GPS units would be going on to any vehicles we have. If they're replaced, those GPS would be taken off the older vehicles, obviously put onto the new
And then
vehicles.
the new Verizon cameras will go on these. When
Yes,
they're,
ma'am.
when they're brought in. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Segridge.
Just quick question. How old are the ones that we are replacing?
It depends on which vehicles we're talking about because some are
It's like the 2500s.
I believe some of those are over 10 years old.
Okay.
It really depends on maintenance because Some vehicles are able to, obviously, we're only 7 square miles, so we're able to extend the life of our vehicles longer than much larger cities because we're not really going that far. So we might have vehicles that are 10 years old that still have less than, 30,000 miles.
Oh, wow.
That still have rolled
So-
on windows.
I'm assuming,
No.
I'm assuming we get trade-in value.
So
Sorry.
They're auctioned off. Our vehicles that are beyond their useful life, we auction them off in the county auction.
Okay, cool.
JJ Kane.
And we get the money.
That is correct.
All right.
It's auctioned off in the JJ Kane County auction.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank
Aye.
you very much. F is off the table. No, we're done with
Yeah,
that.
we already did
We
that.
did it. We did it. It's off
Holy
the table.
We're at E.
We're at G.
I mean.
G, which is a fee waiver, which we're gonna have some conversations about,
Yeah.
no doubt. G is the fee waiver policy.
Madam Mayor.
It's true. Mr. Brown.
Yes.
What would
So I'll be
you like
covering
to
that
say?
for leisure services this evening. So if you will recall back to our last meeting, we've had a few of these come forward. Direction was for us obviously not to bring any more forward before we had this conversation. What staff has done and what you see in the back up here is kind of put together a draft policy for these as they come forward. Our goal with this, and again, you guys, as part of the annual budget each year, you pass our schedule of fees. When you look in the schedule of fees on page 9 and 10, there is already a policy. We already have pricing broken out for the rental of our fields or parks or stuff like that, or our facilities. So you have the resident rate, non-resident rate, and also a nonprofit rate, and then the deposit for that. For these, if there should come a situation where you would want to do a complete waiver or a partial waiver that would fall outside of what is currently shown in our fee schedule, that is something that has to come back to all of you because staff does not have the ability in the fee schedule that you guys approve as part of the budget to kind of wheel and deal with someone and say, well, you know what, we'll give you 25% off, or, we'll cut you a deal and we'll waive this or waive that. We don't have the ability to do that. So if someone is looking to waive, much like in the last meeting, something that does not fall under our policy, that needs to come back to all of you. So the intent of this, which obviously we didn't have any real direction. We were kind of putting this together based on
It's a draft.
what might be. Yeah, it's a draft. Is this even something, and there are some options in here, but obviously that's, we just came up with some options, but is this even something you guys are interested in? Do you want to stick to what is approved in the fee schedule and not create something different? Or we would prefer, because based on what you guys saw last time, if someone's doing an event, oftentimes it's probably not a good situation, especially if it's like a fundraiser or something like that. It would be nice if we had some criteria or something that maybe we could sift through these and not bring every single one that comes to us back to the commission for you guys to discuss publicly, because sometimes that gets uncomfortable depending on what the situation is, and you might feel obligated to utilize discretionary, for instance, something like that. It's not the best forum sometimes to discuss all this. So if there were criteria we could kind of sift through and say, okay, this doesn't meet this, or this, it doesn't even make it to an agenda. Or you guys can say, you know what, we want to see every single one of these. So if someone brings something forward, we don't want staff to go through any type of vetting process. We just want to go ahead and just bring them all, and we'll just consider all those, and then they'll make it to the agenda. But we just need to have this conversation so we can know how to address some of this.
Sure. I just want to, Commissioner Malega and Mr. McVoy, and we've been on the dais pretty much the same time this time. How many, if you recall, how many times have we been asked to waive, like someone has come forward and asked to waive fees? Really, well, we just had one with that, yeah.
I can't remember it happening either. I won't swear that I haven't forgotten one.
Right.
but
Commissioner McVoy, please speak into your mic.
Yeah, please turn it on
It's
and.
probably off.
Yeah.
I was saying that I can't recall any. It's possible that I've forgotten. That's certainly possible, but I would say the number is very small. possibly with the exception of the recent one, 0. So I think that's a very useful line of thing. Is this a problem, a big problem, or is this a problem that we don't really have that big a problem?
Yeah.
You know, if they're 1 a year or 3 a year, I'd say stick them on the agenda, you know, or perhaps in the one-on-ones, it's a little more burdensome, but because I hear you, city manager, on the, you know, do we really, in some circumstances, you know, maybe difficult circumstance, we don't really want to have a big, they might not want to have a big public discussion. We might want not. But we do have the one-on-ones, or you can even call up, you know, the city manager, call up and say, look, hey, we're getting this request. What do you think?
Well,
I'm doing a little survey. If everybody's more or less okay with it.
Actually, that's, you don't want to say that. You do
don't-
not want to say that.
I don't want to say that.
You just invited the city manager to violate the sunshine law.
No, well, he can't tell us, but they can ask us individually. We do it all the time with our one-on-one meetings.
Well, Madam Mayor, when it comes to the fee schedule, this is something that you guys all vote on as part of the budget. So I can't in one-on-ones get, what do you vote? What do you vote? What do you vote? And then just kind of make a decision outside of the public eye. This is something that would have to come back since it was something that's publicly voted on. That's why I believe the city attorney was.
Chortling.
Chortling, that's a legal term, I believe.
Is that correct?
Thank you. I concur. Thank you. Are you done?
No, I wasn't, but am I up?
Well, you were talking. You've been talking. Did you think?
I don't know how that came about, but
I can figure that out pretty quick.
I'm
okay.
happy to wait. I don't have to be first to talk, so.
Well, you were first to talk because you've just been
Okay.
talking. So finish your 3 minutes.
I hear that it's a difficult situation, that staff can't make the decision. There's some awkwardness, or could be awkwardness, making it here. I think the question that the mayor asked was a helpful one. How big a problem is this really? If it doesn't happen all that often, maybe we should just, if we have to deal with them all publicly, because we can't just, hey, is everybody okay with this informally? Then put them on the agenda. My overall concern, and I think I'm assuming that all of us received an email that I thought was quite thoughtful from Sam Goodstein, that had a number of specific cases that he was familiar with the Whispering Palms Neighborhood Association, but you could imagine other organizations that, you know, a lot of organizations don't have an IRS designation. Trying to write a flow chart for something like this that deals with every possible situation, I think is very difficult. And you're going to basically screen out some things that we would probably, if we brought them to a vote, we would all say, yeah, that seems reasonable. Go ahead and do that. So as I think won't come to a surprise to anybody, I'm very much of the feeling that a city provides services, amenities to its community. And one of the services and amenities is provide public gathering spaces. Any HOA has a clubhouse or I don't know what they call them necessarily. We as a city should do at least that well. And, you know, there isn't, to my knowledge, with most HOAs, you know, a very extensive policy. It's like, you live there, you got to check out, has anybody else reserved it? No, go ahead and have an event there and make it easy for community spaces to be used by the community. I expressed concern during the budget process that some of those fees were really making it quite difficult. And that to me is the opposite direction of what we should be doing. We want our community to come together. We want our community to meet, and whether it's a fundraiser for somebody who's in a bad way or, you know, any number of different things, we should be encouraging that. We should find a way to fund it. And that's my feeling about it.
Thank you. Mr. Segridge?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. if we are going to consider this, I think the work that staff did is impeccable. The only thing that I would change on it is criterion number 3, accessibility. They've got a status for partial of 10 points. To me, that's just a yes or no question. Are your services available for free or do you charge? But besides that, I think the work that they did is great. I think we are going to get these requests. I would be in favor of implementing this as is and just get a report at the end of the year of what the financial impact was. And, if it's something egregious, we can reassess. I do not want to really have a set dedicated pathway to the commission for these to come before us. I don't, we voted on the fees. If we gave them a pathway for some sort of waiver system, I don't think these have to come before us. If somebody is particularly aggrieved or really has a good case to make that doesn't fit in this flow, they could talk to their commissioner. And that commissioner could try to get consensus to bring something forth to a meeting. So there is a pathway there for it. So if we are going to do something, I would be in favor of adopting this as is, maybe with that one change, and not having these come before the commission.
Thank you, Ms. May.
Thank you. I think that probably what happened in the past was a little bit more casual, where maybe a commissioner said, hey, can we waive this? Can we do that? And I think that having a policy is a better option. I think it always kind of makes sense to have that. I like this rubric because it really does, it allows all the way up to a 100% waiver if they meet all of these conditions. And I think that I think I can think of several of our nonprofit organizations, or, our neighborhood associations, because it says 501c3 or equivalent nonprofit status, and the neighborhood associations are underneath the NAPC, which is a 501c3. So I think that I like what Commissioner Segers said, like, let's go forward with it. Let's give it a pilot time. Let's see how long it lasts. And see how it does. And then we can always tweak it as we go. I think the comparison to an HOA clubhouse, I do believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that the tenants do have to pay to rent that and to have the cleaning staff come in after it. I'm pretty sure about that. But I thought that this was really well thought out, and I really like the idea of a rubric, because it's clear to everybody. It's clear to the applicant, and it's clear to the staff. It's clear to, there's no vagueness to this, and I thought that was pretty good. And if it meets enough of this that it needs to come to us, great. If not, great.
That's it. Ms. Malega.
Okay, here we go. District 1 causing grief again. Okay, so, and a couple things that I'm going to talk about with the breakdown. So nonprofit status, I would like that person to be a nonprofit who's in the city of Lake Worth Beach or has done business in the city of Lake Worth Beach. I don't want a nonprofit coming from Miami-Dade wanting to use our facilities at a discount.
I consent.
So I would like some kind of language about city, or maybe they get extra points if they have an existing city relationship with the city, just something that ties them to the city already. I think that's important. I agree with the 501c3 and the equivalent and the nonprofit. I will say, being a former president of a neighborhood association, we use the high school, we use a church, and we used restaurants.
Right.
We never used a city building.
Correct.
And I don't think any other neighborhood association does use a city building except for Whispering Palms, because there's nothing else there.
Well, there are many churches there.
There are 2 churches that serve that in the Osborne community. None of them have capacity room wise. Have you ever been in the rooms?
Yeah.
They're very small capacity, which is why they don't have the neighborhood meetings there.
Got it.
So I'm going to be devil's advocate right now. One of the waivers that came before us is because what you had mentioned, Commissioner May, well, just do this for so-and-so, has happened in the past. And unfortunately, a lot of that has happened in District 1, and it unravels and has unraveled over the years. So we all remember the catastrophe with Head Start. Thank you, Jamie, for rectifying that and getting that lease worked out. There's another situation like that had happened. I think if somebody is using a city building already and that building is going under demolition or being remodeled, we need to consider that. If they're housed in a city facility, let's just say the library, the annex building. We had the people who were there from the historical, the history museum. They could have asked us to go somewhere else in a city building to house them because they're already in a city building. It's kind of the same situation with the waiver that we had a couple weeks ago. That YEC building is being completely demoed and renovated. They need someplace to put all these children, which is why they were asking for the waiver. Are you following?
Oh, I just.
So I'm saying the CDBG building is being remodeled. So in their head, we're already in an existing city building. I have 45 or 50 kids that I need to keep off the streets because these are kids that are prone to gangs. And we just had a huge takedown on South G Street. And these are the kids that we need to keep off the streets and out of trouble. They really don't fit in the PALS program because a lot of them are older than that. They're in that in-between stage. So I understand why that waiver came forward. I asked that waiver be pulled till we got through a policy and a conversation. So I would like some leniency, as you said, the district commissioner can come forward. I would like some leniency. That is a nonprofit. That is somebody who's already in city buildings, who's getting ready to put a lot of money into the one that she has a 99-year lease on. She's been facilitating the kids in that school, in that district for a long time. And I think that we need to be a little lenient. Do they need to get keys to our building? Absolutely not. I don't believe in that. But I think that we need to be able to work with somebody like that who's been a community partner for longer than I've lived here, for generations. So that's my 2 cents on it. I think we need a policy. I don't think that it needs to come before city commission unless it's a big issue and the staff can't get through it. I would like to see a city relationship added somewhere in the language. And I think the approval process request must be submitted in writing 60 days. I don't think that we should put this on staff to turn around in 30 days and give them an answer. I don't think that's fair. Especially if staff has to go through all of this and weigh it out. So if you look at I don't know what page it is, under approval process, I would like to see that be 60 days instead of 30. Which
Thank
would
you.
give the applicant and staff time to work through it.
Thank you. My feelings about this, and I spoke with Sam and I read his letter. And that is a particular situation with it's the Whispering Palms, it's the folks that live there. I would favor a, waiver of the fees. However, I don't think that it should cost the city money to do it. So my feeling would be that find out how much the staff time would be to open it up and close it up and charge that rather than a flat fee. Because then we're revenue neutral. I don't think we need to make money off of Whispering Palms Neighborhood Association with where all the other places go to, it's a different situation. So I don't have that much of a problem. And I know y'all are people that love matrices. I'm not a matrix kind of girl. Equivalent, what's equivalent? I'm this, as you may, yes. Boxes with numbers make me very uncomfortable because it's so tight in there. It's not cozy, it's restrictive. They're not bad points. And obviously this took a lot of work on staff time, and I really do appreciate what they've done. I just think, so I'm sort of in the middle because I do think that we should allow some waivers for things like the neighborhood association, but charge them for the staff time. Yeah, okay. I'm not totally comfortable with this. I understand that we do need some sort of guidance and, conformity. But I would like to add that, for something like the neighborhood association, which is really a city. I mean, the museum didn't ask for overtime, from staff. It closed as didn't go outside the realm of normal staff time. But evening things do. So that's what I'm feeling. If we can waive the fee, however, I think that they should pay for staff time. Okay, it's 9:04. We've all had our chance to talk. Mr. Brown's light is on, and I always defer to staff.
Just to answer an earlier question, we did have two other, just recently in the past few weeks, two other requests as well. I'm not sure what happened on the side. I know the first one, we had a conversation. They actually decided to pay, just per the fee schedule. So these do come forward, and depending on what happens here, I would assume we're going to see a lot more. So, and also depending on what we do here, we're gonna have to then go back and kind of adjust our fee schedule, because obviously we would not be in line with what we currently have in the fee schedule as far as the resident, non-resident, and nonprofit, because those rates we're not currently showing an option for this, where you
Right.
have the ability to waive anything that's in the fee schedule. So we'd have to incorporate some language in there to make sure that we would then incorporate this process.
Couldn't you just do a little footnote?
Yeah, I'm saying we're gonna have to modify
Maybe an
the
ordinance
schedule.
change. Lawyers do that. We pay them big money. Okay, real quick.
Yeah,
a
real
minute
quick.
each, Ms.
I-
May,
I just think like if you took the
a
Whispering,
minute each.
if you took the Whispering Palm situation and you put them through this matrix, they would end up qualifying for the fee waiver. Because they are underneath a nonprofit, they have the public benefit, they do not, you don't have to pay to belong. That has financial need, it aligns with the city goals. So they're going to pass all of this anyway. So that's why I think that, this way we don't have to look at each one and vote on it. And I think that, I hear what you're saying, Mr. Brown, and I 100% agree with Vice Mayor Maliga that we need to put it in there that it's a Lake Worth Beach
Mhm.
501c3 or equivalent.
Which I still think is a little vague, but that's just me.
But I think, but they would qualify for enough that I don't think we should have 100. I think that 100% part, it should say, staff cost or whatever,
Yeah.
net. I don't know how you do it with what terms, but nobody should get something where we lose money.
Right. So we'd like to add that, I think.
So what should the, I guess right now, if you look at the bottom there, you have the 61 to 70, 71 to 80, and then 81 to 90 points.
I'm assuming Stu looked at that. I mean, let's say you're
What
going to
would
get.
the max waiver you guys would be.
A waiver
'Cause
except
right now, 81 to 90 points is a 40%.
it's only a
waiver.
40% waiver.
Yeah.
So for somebody like Whispering Palms or
No,
something,
turn the page. There's more.
but there's
Did I
more.
not finish?
There's 60% and 100%.
Oh, the 100% waiver. Okay.
Okay. But turn the page.
I think
So
maybe you go up to the, maybe you increase it from the 10%, go 20, 30, 40, and then it'll end up at 70%, which means they're paying 30%, which probably covers staff time.
well, that's what I'm saying. So
And no
even at
100%.
100 points. or
Yeah,
100 points,
70%.
So should 70 be, I'm just trying to get consensus.
I mean,
That
that's
should be the
15.
maximum amount that we should allow as far as a waiver.
I would like to have it based on fact, which would be how much would staff, whatever it is, plus 100% waiver. However, here's this number of staff for this amount of time.
But keep in mind, it really depends on what the waiver's for.
Right.
What facility we're talking about. So it's not like it's universal across the board.
Well, if
gonna be
it's
the
going
exact
to,
same
if
amount of
it's
staff time.
going to take staff time that normally wouldn't, like at night. I mean, if we have, I don't understand what the problem is.
Depending on the facility,
Yeah.
they're different costs and depending on what it is. So
Like if it's a wedding.
So then
yeah.
maybe instead of 100%, I don't mean to interrupt, but 100% waivers, maybe we should change that to cost of services.
Right.
I would,
Cost of services, that's what they pay.
I would be happy with that.
Or cost of facility or whatever language legal wants to.
I just
Just
feel,
70%.
I guess the only comment I'd have on that was really depending on what it is. If you say 70% is if you get 100 points, the max waiver you can get is 70%. It's consistent across the board.
Right.
Versus if you just say the cost of services, depending on what it is, that can vary.
And that could take a lot of staff time to figure out.
Yeah.
Can we go
Yeah, we don't want
80%?
Yeah.
So
I think so.
our fee schedule is based
Sure,
on
so-
what it costs us.
Mhm.
So waiving, we're not really charging for a profit on our fee schedule. So, the concept of saying that we can't go below cost, it really means no waiver.
I think to rent the casino, we make a little money on that.
Well,
It's not just
you're not
that, right?
factoring in what maintenance costs and everything else. If you look at the budget item for the casino building, it's not covering its maintenance costs.
That's a good point.
Of maintaining the casino all the time?
Yeah.
Well, but if
That's-
we maintain it anyway, if people are in there, I mean, if it takes staff to,
We're talking about the costs. You know, the fees are based on our city costs. I think we can have a waiver system. I think we keep it simple. I think you cap it at 40%. I do like the idea of you having to be a Lake Worth Beach nonprofit. I like the 60-day timeline. I don't think these should come before the commission if they're going through this matrix. And for all other exceptions, they can go talk to their district commissioner. And if their district commissioner or another commissioner feels it's worthy, we can bring it forward. But, you know, I think we're overcomplicating it by trying to get into costs and how do we get the Whispering Pines to a certain waiver. If they need it for free, then they go to the commissioner gets consensus, and then we can go give it to them for free.
okay, thank you. Okay, we're really running over. Mr. McFoy, please, really quickly.
Madam Mayor, I did,
I thought you were done. I'm
you
sorry.
know, I sit here patiently with my light on.
No,
I don't interrupt.
well,
I don't banter back
called
and
Mr.
forth.
Brown, and then I called on you. I apologize. I thought you were
And,
done.
and, you know, you're cutting me off.
I did not realize I was. I apologize.
So, you know, I would like to see this capped at say 40% or 60%, and we just keep it simple. Otherwise, this is going to become just another nuisance. I really feel. I'd rather keep it simple. But I agree to all the other items that people brought up. I see Commissioner Malega was shaking her head about capping it. We can discuss that. But as a commission, we still have the ability to vote for 100% waiver. This is just the staff sheet. Staff can only approve up to X amount is what I'm trying to say. So staff only has the authority 40% or 60%, whatever we decide. And then, like I said, if somebody has a special case, let them bring it to the commission. And if a commissioner wants to bring it forward, they bring it forward.
Jamie, do you know what the non-for-profit, this is the old one, this wasn't the update, it doesn't have the non-for-profit listed. What is do you know what that is? Because I can't, for some reason, I can't get on the city's website on my phone.
I can't.
Well, do you mind grabbing that fee schedule?
Mine's outdated. This was the first.
I've
I'm
got
sorry.
one sitting on my desk. If you have the
Just for
most
the
recent
number's
one.
sake, I want to know what the nonprofit rate was.
I can't either.
What?
Public Wi-Fi doesn't have city website because there was an SSL proxy error. I submitted it to IT.
Yeah, I mean, I never.
If you go on 5G, sometimes you can get out.
I do it on my phone and my laptop. I have no idea. It's the weirdest thing. I don't have any issues. While he's grabbing that, just so we're all on the same page, just based on the conversation we've had so far, under number 1, we're going to add some language to make sure it's a Lake Worth Beach nonprofit. Commissioner Segrich had mentioned in number 3, removing the 10 points for the partial. It's either 20 points for a yes or 0 for no. So we'd remove the partial there. Under approval process, Vice Mayor suggested 60-day notice and not 30. And that's all I have as far as what you guys have brought up, other than the point system. Thank you, sir.
It's not coming before the commission. The way it's written, it always comes before the commission.
Okay.
The whole point of the system is for it not to come to the commission,
As written, comes before the commission.
no matter what.
Commissioner Segrich, could you speak into your mic, please?
Sorry. It basically says it's going to be evaluated at the next regular commission meeting. So I would like it just to stay at staff level, be
Yeah, I agree with
administratively
that.
approved.
Administrative approval.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor, which particular facility? They're all different depending on what facility it is. Were you looking for?
Well, I was just looking like
particular-
at the nonprofit for, on page 9, I think it was.
For which facility? Like the gym, for
Yeah,
example.
for the gym in the Osborne Community Center.
So for the gym, resident rate is 150, nonprofit rate is 175, non-residents 250.
You said, so it's 150 resident, and what was it for nonprofit?
175, it's $25 more.
Okay.
And then
So-
250 for non-residents. So they're all different depending on the facility.
Right. So the only thing I'll wait for my light to be, my name.
Okay. Mr. McBoy's liaison, let's keep it to like 2 minutes.
Okay, there was a suggestion that we track what happens over the course of a year and then look at it again. I think that's healthy. What I would ask is in that tracking, we also track the folks that asked and didn't make it through the matrix so that we have some idea of,
Data.
yeah,
We like
who are
data.
we? Then I have a different question. Do we have a ballpark idea of if we added up the staff time for the various places that people ask for, the casino, the room at the library, the other things? Just a ballpark, is the total budget, if we were just to pay that and say, hey, this is a line item in our budget, we are going to make funds available to pay staff so that the library room can be used by groups in the community. There's a group that uses it to
Janice.
teach kids English or adults English. They meet there, or they have met there once. They don't have any particular funding. It's not a nonprofit. It's just doing a good thing. I can imagine there are lots of things that would not make it through this matrix in any fashion, but are doing public things. And my question would be, so what is the overall cost to the city for some of these? We ought to have that as a number. If the cost to the city is $50,000, maybe we should just budget. We don't tell patrons of the library that, we're going to charge you costs for services. Oh, you took out a big book? Well, we're going to charge you more for that. Or you took out 3 books? Well, we're going to charge you more for that. Cities, and not just our city, but cities say, hey, providing certain amenities is part of what we're here for as a city. It's part of what you get for paying your property taxes. I just am.
Madam
I'm
Mayor,
very
that was 2
uncomfortable.
minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Point taken, Mr. McBoy. Ms. Malega?
Thank you. So 2 things that I would like to add, deposit and insurance not waivable. The deposit should be paid up front for any damage. And I think that we should not be waiving insurance costs. I don't think that should be part of the policy.
Touche.
I think there needs to be some skin in the game per se.
Mhm.
And I would like to take the waiver to a maximum of 70%. Unless brought forward by a city commissioner, like you said, to advocate for the nonprofit or the neighborhood association. Those are the only changes that I see in addition to what we've already talked about. And then on a case by case basis, if there's an anomaly like I get to have in my district on a regular basis, then I'll bring it forward.
Okay, thank you. I would have just one other suggestion. Item number 2 on the approval process. It says the leisure services director will review. Maybe it should be the leisure services director or their representative or or their designee. Because I don't know that the.
It's a leisure services will or department will.
We can change director to department.
Yeah. Just not to put everything on, Mr. Segrich, how, yeah?
I would agree with Commissioner Malega's suggestions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with the changes that we've suggested, do we have them all clear?
So just making sure. So under the point system, the
Yeah.
only thing we're changing out of that whole thing is the 100 points, and the 100% waiver is now going to change to 70. But all the other percentages stay the same.
But if someone asks that a commissioner or myself could bring to the commission a higher waiver for a specific purpose.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm still concerned about the Whispering Palms neighbors.
They're gonna need all this.
They'll be,
Similar other-
but you're right. They'll meet 100. Okay. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Okay. Thank you.
Nay?
Yeah.
Who made the first and the second?
Oh, who did that?
I don't think we did.
I don't think we did. So motion to approve with all of the changes.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very
Aye.
much.
It's 4-1.
Thank you.
Thank
You guys.
We'll see how much it is first.
Yeah, we'll keep track and we'll see how it works. Yeah, they have nothing. They have nothing. And they're very active little neighborhood association. So, here we go. Up next is my agenda.
I thought we were done.
Well, we have commission comments, we have
Uh,
that sort of thing, right? I think we're still doing that. So yes. Start with District 4.
Oh, I apologize. I did have one comment for item G. Sorry.
Okay, let's read it.
Yeah.
No doubt. I think
Correct.
I did
Sam
read it,
Smith,
actually.
109, North Palmway.
I read it.
I'm not really sure how I feel about the proposed fee waiver policy. I think city residents who pay the taxes to run the city should get fee waivers use of community spaces versus random outside nonprofits. Why do I have to pay full price to rent a city facility when I am already paying huge amounts in taxes to the city? The city has repeatedly failed to roll back our very high millage rates, as other municipalities have done, as property values have increased year after year after year. There is no city resident fee waiver policy included in this proposal, and there should be. I have been paying city taxes for 20 plus years. The fact that I have been paying city taxes for more than 20 years ought to count for something when it comes time for my child to want to have their birthday party in the casino ballroom. City residents should get 20 points in this fee waiver calculation. Every year of paying city taxes should get another 10 points per year, etc. I try to listen to each commission meeting, and I rarely hear any of you talk about actual residents and what we get back via city services. City residents ought to come first on any of these types of policies. I would reject this policy and ask staff to come back with a fee waiver policy that includes and prioritizes city residents. That is the last comment I have, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, commission liaison reports and comments. District 4. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to Mango Groves for putting on their carnival. It was a fun time, even though I did get dunked 43 out of 46 times.
You were a very good sport about it.
People had very good throwing arms, and I have to say the underhand pitch was probably the most deadly. Hit the target every time. We had a good educational task force meeting. I brought that up about the Accoletics, and I really I think the program is having phenomenal results, and I would love it if some of us can partner together, and maybe some of the business leaders in the city, to see if we can't do some fundraising for those programs. They are expensive. It's $10,000 per grade level. But it's a program that's having a real serious positive impact on our students in the city.
The name of that program?
Accoletics. It's a math program. So they do an hour and a half of math daily, and they carve out the last half hour, and the students are separated into groupings by their abilities. And so they're getting individual attention by their abilities. So advanced students are moving faster. Students that need more care are getting more individual attention. And as a whole, the whole group is moving forward a lot faster.
Is that volunteers that do that?
It's the teachers.
The teachers.
Yeah, it's a gentleman, I believe, out of Miami developed the program.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the cost goes into printing the books and workbooks that the students take with them. The way the program works, it's based on a comprehensive view of the entire year. So as they go through, they get tested on the entire year's comprehension, even though they haven't necessarily learned that yet. And based on how they score, they get tracked. And as students are going through the year, that's, their progress gets tracked, and they get changed from group to group and so on. And they're constantly re-reviewing things. So what they're finding is they're having much greater retention of the subject matter versus, going in and doing algebra 1 month and never touching it to the end of the year. They're touching it over and over and over again. Yes. Yes.
Viral.
Yeah. Spiral.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the name of the specific program?
Accoletics, I believe.
Commissioner McCoy, could you speak into your mic, please?
Yes, I'm asking for maybe a
Yeah.
spelling of the name.
Accoletics, like academics with mathematics, or yeah. So.
Oh.
They did also confirm that the attendance is still one of their biggest issues. Some of our schools down over 30%. I did want to thank Jamie and staff. They said they're going to be getting our list of potential priorities together this week to us, which is great. I think that's going to be a great step forward for us. I'd like not to lose momentum on that. And I know we have a meeting on December 8th to talk about recruitment. I wanted to see if there was consensus to actually scheduling a special meeting after that meeting to have a discussion on that list. Because once we get that list, we have to set priorities. And right now we don't have anything on our calendars to set priorities. And if we're going to be here on the 8th, even if we get a half hour in or an hour in, it's still going to be more beneficial than not having it. So I'm asking consensus of my colleagues to add a special meeting on December 8th to discuss the priorities list. It is. After.
What time is the city manager meeting? 6. Okay. Faculty meeting, city manager meeting. Okay, I mean, I can do that.
I'm just looking. On the 8th at 6 o'clock, we have the meeting already, right?
Right.
From 6 to 8.
Maybe we should do it. Oh, no, I can't do it at 5.
Maybe just allocate an hour.
When are we going to get this list?
This week.
So we would have 2 weeks to review the list and then talk about it. Yeah.
So start at 5.
No, I can't start at 5.
Right. So when? So
8 to 9.
8 to 9. Hard stop at 9.
Or a hard stop
at
after
9.
an hour, I would say.
Well,
okay.
Because we might start at 8:05 or start
No.
earlier.
Madam Clerk, you getting that? We're talking about an hour added to the city manager meeting, which is December 8th at 6 o'clock. Instead of 8, we're going to make it 9 with a hard stop at 9. Well, no, the hard stop an hour after we start that part of the meeting.
City manager / priorities.
Yes, I'm adding the item. It's a definite start at 8.
No,
no,
it's a
when we're
start.
done. Sorry.
It's a start an hour after we start the meeting, because we might run a little over on the city manager meeting, or
Or run under.
or under. So if we label them both, it doesn't matter if we're quick. If there's not a hard time to start and we finish the other one at 7, we could start at 7 and go home.
Are we adding a special meeting for public comment, or is it just discussion for you all, a workshop?
I think it's a special meeting. We're going to vote or not.
Well, we can, yeah. Well, I think we were just giving direction to staff as to what we thought was priority. So I didn't think it had to be a special meeting.
In order to take action, it has to be a special meeting and that public comment is allowed.
Okay. So special meeting.
Yeah. But we're going to have to really limit the public, we're going to, if we have 1 hour, we all have to be really. I don't know, we don't leak.
Vaughn left, so you're not really.
No, really.
Major
Okay,
work.
so, we just have to be, folks, we have to be really judicious with our time because we're only going to have an hour to do that, including or excluding public comment, because that'll cut into it. Yeah, excluding public. Okay. Okay.
And then, I just wanted to express in the last month or so, I've gotten a tremendous amount of feedback and input from our business owners downtown, from residents, from visitors. And I've also started getting videos and photographs of our parks in areas where I haven't been able to go out personally and see it myself. And it's quite disturbing. And I really do mean what I said at the beginning of the meeting, that this is an emergency. We have several items coming before us on this, ordinances and things that we've been working through. But one thing that was really effective was getting PBSO in the room with staff and key stakeholders. And I really would like to see us discuss establishing a task force and having that task force include staff, members of the community, maybe someone from like Pastor Mike, from the people who help the homeless and the drug addicts, as well as business owner, and have a commissioner liaison for that. And we can discuss the exact makeup of it. But I feel this is vital to our city moving forward. I think we owe it to our residents and our business owners to take discussion on this as soon as we possibly can. So I'd like to ask consensus. I know we didn't do it tonight, but to get it on to the December 2nd meeting. And I know we've got a lot, but we need to do this soon. And also by asking for consensus to this, per our rules, if we don't get consensus, we can't bring it up for another 6 months.
And I have a problem with that rule. I was going to bring that up at the last meeting, but I want to talk about that at another day.
I do too, as well, but I would like to at least put a date certain to this, and I would like it to be December 2nd. I don't think we can wait.
Okay.
And I'll add to that, the situation is getting volatile, as we saw tonight from some of the commenters, where some of the actions that will be taken will be detrimental to the city in terms of, well, it's not necessarily even sue the city. There's reputational damage that can happen to the city, which impacts all the businesses, the good actors and the bad actors, all our residents and so on. And, I can understand where it come from. It's born out of frustration. And, I share some of those frustrations, but what I want to do is show them that we are taking action and invite them into the problem and make them our allies versus sitting on the outside throwing stuff. And I think we can do this with a very quick discussion and establishing that task force and taking that initial step.
But okay. Thank you. I'll respond with,
Can we just respond to his thing during our
sure.
comments?
All right, let's do that. You want to respond to Mr. Sigwich's thing or?
No, I think that
During your own
during my
comment.
own
Okay,
comments,
sure.
I will.
That was my last, but I did ask for consensus on it, so I appreciate if we.
We will, can we do that when we do it?
We all respond.
Right. I did not mean to cut you earlier. I thought you were done. I'm not being rude.
Okay, my turn.
You'll know when
Before you start, Commissioner May, and looking at the evaluation meeting, if that meeting goes longer than 8, can we also add that this would be a special meeting to precede the December 2nd meeting in case there's not time?
What?
Because we don't run the evaluation meetings. I don't know how long they're going to take. We're saying 8 o'clock, but they could go till 9, 9:30, 10. So I wanted to actually have a secondary option to add a special meeting before the December 2nd meeting at 5.
The December 2nd meeting is before the December 8th meeting.
I see what you're saying. The clerk does not run those evaluation meetings.
Right.
So they
Valentina does.
No, but I'm saying that they're not here. The clerk doesn't run those meetings.
So what about even for the city manager evaluation?
That's what she's saying. They're not here for that.
For any of that?
That's the city attorney that's part of that meeting.
Hi there.
It's the city attorney's office in the purchasing department.
So
That's why I was asking for special meeting.
Have to be here just for that. They'd have to stay 3 hours just for that meeting.
right.
So she's saying if we did it before the 2nd, then.
I don't know how we can possibly do that.
Yeah.
We can't do it before the 2nd. There's no.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Which would be more of an hour workshop, because if you have that
let me
special
check.
meeting, then when you factor in public comment, that
Right.
basically a workshop.
2nd.
at 5 o'clock to discuss a task force?
Yeah, I've done it 4. I can make it.
You can do it. Okay, now there's a lot to talk about. I mean, it's a big discussion, a task force, because who's going to be on it?
No.
No, this is for the priority list.
The
priority list. Okay.
And I would just mention though, if you guys are going to do that, you might want to make that a workshop though, because if it's special meeting, depending on the public comment, that might run into the 6 o'clock meeting. So it's just a matter of, do we need to have the 6 o'clock meeting immediately follow that?
Will we be able to give you priorities at the workshop?
Good direction.
It's direction.
Yep. So 5 o'clock on December 2nd, we are going to have a workshop on
The priority.
commission priorities for unfinished tasks. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, so I did obviously want to thank Mango Groves. That was a lot of fun. I have down here a public safety / quality of life task force. I think that it's an overall arch of the feel of the city, and it involves public safety, health, and welfare. So I agree with you that it needs to happen. I'm a little cautious with the commissioner liaison because I don't think it's fair
Yeah.
for one of us to get to
I
go
agree.
and the others not to, because I want to be there.
Mhm.
And I'm sure you want to be there, and I know you want to be there, and you want to be there. So, well, I do. I want to be there, and we can't both be. So I have a little bit of a problem with the commissioner liaison part.
Schedule a workshop that gets noticed and then
Commissioner Segret, your mic is off.
Really
again.
need to speak into the microphone. Yeah.
Sorry, could we schedule it as a workshop and
Let's have a-
notice it?
Let's have a discussion about forming it
Right.
on the 2nd, like you said. And the only thing, and I guess when we talk about forming it, we can talk about whether or not there should be a commissioner liaison to it. And I'm going to yield the time because I'd really like to go home. I got to work in the morning.
Okay, now, just for clarification, the commission workshop on the 2nd at 5 o'clock, I believe, is the workshop on priorities for the list, not the task force. So when is the task force is going to be another date?
I wanted to add it as an agenda item on the 2nd.
For discussion? I mean, there's,
Yes, Mayor, for discussion.
okay, and is there agreement to do that? It's not, just for discussion, because there's a lot to discuss. Okay, okay, Ms. May has yielded her time. No,
Can't take it, Chris.
yeah, Chris, really, we're all trying to get home now.
Before you start, just so you all know, the December 2nd agenda has several items on it. It's packed like this one was. If that is too full, can we add it as a discussion item on the 16th? Because that one's a little lighter.
I'd rather move something to the 16th.
I think this is way too important.
Well, in the meantime, though, we can be meeting each with the, because I want to know, because we all agree there's a horrible problem. We don't know what the solution is beyond. So I think if it goes to the 16th, that will give us more time to talk individually to the sheriff's office and go, realistically, what can be done?
Well, I don't think it's
not just the PBSO, but I mean, just.
But it's not actually finding the solution. It's putting the task force together that is going to work through that solution.
Well, I mean, I'd really try to follow staff's. Mr. Brown looks like he's going to put his light on.
We can look at, we do have a lot on, but we can look at, see what is not as
Trim it
time
off a little
sensitive,
bit.
see what we can, like we
Okay.
do on all these agendas to see what we
Okay.
can do to make it. So we actually get through them all before 11 o'clock.
Okay, so we'll keep it to the 2nd then. Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. McVoy, would you like to yield your time?
No, I don't have a lot though. I just did have a question as to our following our rules, given that Commissioner Segrich raised this issue of a task force at the beginning of the meeting and we didn't get a motion on it. Wouldn't that follow in our rules that says you can't bring it up again for 6 months?
No, he raised it to be discussed tonight.
I made a motion.
did second to
Motions
discuss it
are not
tonight.
subject to that. Consensus items are subject to that.
I don't happen to think that 6-month rule is a very wise way
I
to
think all
do
of us
things.
agree with that. We're going to look.
So
at it.
we may want to revisit. I would ask my colleagues that we put that on some agenda to revisit that one and maybe take it off.
I would consent.
Because it just seems like it boxes us in ways that,
Okay.
there may be things that are timely.
You've got consensus on
Okay, good. Let's make sure that gets on. I guess I'll just put it out there as a comment that if we are going to do some sort of a task force and if drug addiction is a part of it, I would ask that folks who deal with with drug addiction
Get the, help.
be part of that task force. And I'm thinking Flash, there may be some other ones that actually have expertise on that and are in the community. So that's one of the things I would ask on that. I just have two things. I was not able to attend the pre-agenda meeting on Friday, as I hope that got communicated to the rest of you folks, because there were folks from out of town, 3 engineering psychologists from I don't know if they work for the Federal Railroad Administration or if they work for a different part, but they worked for some portion of the Federal Department of Transportation. And Lake Worth has been involved in already in the past a grant to help with railroad safety. It funded extra police officer time to work in the area of the tracks. They've done it in Riviera Beach, and at least Brightline was very happy with the increase in safety from that. PBSO here, from what I understand, was also very happy. So I felt it was important to meet with them, and did an additional meeting on Sunday with them before they left town. We have the ability, hopefully, if federal funding stays, to have more support on that. So it's something I'm keeping an eye on. And then, as I mentioned earlier, I was not able to attend the afternoon dunking. I had a morning activity as well with the city. And the afternoon, the Lions Club International, the Lake Worth chapter of that, was celebrating their 100 years. They also gave some awards, and I've leaned on the city manager because not very comfortable tooting my own horn, so he will toot the horn for me. But I and Mariana Blanco with the Guatemala Maya Center both received awards for our humanitarian efforts in the city.
Congratulations.
Recognition of that. So I think that's all I've got for now.
Miss Malega.
Thank you. Couple things I want to say first. Thank you to PBSO and other federal agencies, DEA, for a years-long task effort in taking down major drugs and drug dealers on South G Street. It's been a problem area, South G. Yep, and between 8th and 10th.
Yeah.
I gave Mr. Perry a tour when he first came on board of that neighborhood. And it's something that I've been working on. And every time I called PBSO, from Captain Bear to Captain Karn, I always got, we promised you were working on it, and they delivered. Over 100 arrests, continuing to arrest daily right now. Some of the crime that happened after it was perpetrated because of it. So we're still working through it. I've had 2 meetings with PBSO, going on my 3rd meeting with PBSO, on how we're going to continue to not just stay on that, but give ownership back to the community. And part of that is staff they're coming in, they're cleaning up the alleyways. We're doing some much needed attention because we didn't really want to send staff there previously because it was a fear. We are working on a major community event on Martin Luther King Saturday, which is January 17th. We normally do a big thing in Whispering Palms at the gym. We're actually going to collaborate and do 2. And we've invited all the neighborhood associations, all the nonprofits, Healthier Lake Worth Beach, Arms of Hope, everyone to come out and again, just really love on the community around South G from 8th to 10th Avenue and give ownership back to that neighborhood. That is Memorial Park, for those of you who don't know, was a functioning neighborhood association. And because of that crime factor, they kind of stepped away. So I've contacted the previous president, Faye, and she's working on getting some people reignited. So I'm very thankful to PBSO. I'm thankful to staff. One of the things we've talked about is with the train is putting up continuing the fence that's on by Lantana. And that's to stop the drug runners from going across Dixie Highway, but also to prevent deaths by train. So we're working on a couple different layers of things that we can possibly do to increase awareness, community involvement, and really raise the pride of that area, right? So thank you again to staff and everybody who's been working on that. One of the things I did want to bring forward, I think Mayor, you had logged off on the pre-agenda meeting, is bringing forward and getting consensus from everyone to include trespassing on all of our city-owned buildings if you're not doing city business, to allow PBSO to trespass people.
During the day?
During the day. If you are not doing city business at city buildings, I wanted to see if we can get consensus to talk, either bring a conversation back or have staff or legal bring something back on what other cities are doing, because it is happening all over Palm Beach County. It wouldn't just be us. So if I can get either consensus for a conversation, but it's one of the things that PBSO would be able to do is enforcing people who are loitering, for a better word, on city property buildings that make it unapproachable.
I consent. You mean just the buildings?
Just the buildings.
Yeah, not
yes.
the parks or anything.
No, not the parks, the buildings.
Like here.
So like at the cultural plaza that's closed right now, the annex building, City Hall, Detroit Street, any city-owned building of people loitering. The Osborne community, when there's nobody there, if it's closed,
Are you talking about inside the buildings or are you talking about outside? The
outside.
buildings?
Outside and inside.
So we would say that you cannot sit outside of City Hall.
If you are not doing city business, you would not be on city property. And it goes back to what Mr. Segrich was saying about things that we need to do to detour some of the,
Consent for discussion. for
yeah,
me.
that's what I'm looking for, is consent
So-
for a discussion.
I'm happy to discuss it. I
Okay.
don't necessarily agree. in
Okay, it's
complete
just a
theory with-
discussion.
Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to discuss it.
Okay.
I mean, does
Commissioner
that
May?
mean, that means the cultural plaza because that's where there's a city building? So you're saying
That's-
people can't be in the cultural plaza?
No, the city, they can't be loitering. That's a park actually, isn't it? It's not a city building.
I guess we have to find out where the line is
If I
drawn.
bring a book,
No, we're not doing that. I'm just asking for consensus
This
for
is- she's asking
conversation.
For consensus. We're not discussing it now. I'll talk about it.
Okay. That's all, just consensus.
That's fine.
The tree lighting is November 28th, the Saturday after Thanksgiving. Hope to see everybody there.
No, it's,
28th, 29th,
wait a minute.
the Saturday after Thanksgiving. 29th, the Saturday after Thanksgiving, tree lighting, 6 o'clock. Be there, be square. And I wanted to say thank you to Suits for Seniors. I went to their 10-year anniversary. They've done a lot of great work for seniors in high school, not senior citizens. And they actually just changed the name of their organization and they launched it that night. It is now called Career Ready. It is not Suits for Seniors any longer. So I'm thankful that they are in Lake Worth High School and they have been helping us get our kids prepared for the real world. That's it.
Thank you very much. I'm real quick. I was at the Suits for Seniors thing too. It was wonderful. I went to see Our Town at the Lake Worth Playhouse on Sunday. Amazing. I mean, the quality of the theatrical performances that we have in this city are remarkable. I had a meeting of the Community Action Advisory Board, which is a county board I was appointed on, talking about funding and how funding is spent by the county. And I was interested to find out that Lake Worth Beach is one of the 3 highest rental rates in the county. Interesting. And their funding is running out and we hope we get it reserved. The Veterans Day, thank you staff for the Veterans Day program. It was wonderful. I was hoping to see some commissioners join me for the Light Up the Bridge on Tuesday, on the 11th. That did not happen, but we had a really good turnout of some wonderful people that braved the chill. And we had over 100 people. And hopefully next year we'll have even a bigger group. I think we had some older folks that were a little afraid of the weather, but it was a wonderful thing. And I think that is a very easy way to honor our veterans. And I would hope that the commissioners would join me next year. I think that's about it. That's all I have. Let's get going. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to mention the Melvin Jones Award that Commissioner Boy, the highest honor that the Alliance International Foundation awards.
It's wonderful.
You kind of covered it all before I could get to it. Also, myself, Deputy City Manager Troy, our City Attorney Glenn Torsivi, and then Vaughn Haydick Baker, our Utility Director. We met with the town of Palm Beach on the water issue, them purchasing water from us. Obviously, they're in contract currently with West Palm Beach. I'll leave those discussions at the moment, but we are having ongoing conversations. They're going to be getting back to us with, we left them with a little homework as far as what we would require, and they're going to put some stuff together for us. So as that continues, we'll keep you guys apprised of what that may or may not possibly look like, or how relevant that may or may not be. Audit due to start December 1st. We are looking to have that complete by April, earliest time on record. We had mentioned to you guys last year that we were catching up because of the previous years. It just seemed like every single year there was an issue. As we said back then, we are now on track, and obviously statutorily it's due in June. We're looking to beat that by 2 months.
And I have to
And
thank
we're
you.
on
We
track.
all have to thank you and staff for that, because when we first came on, I think we were a year behind or a year and a half. We were in big
We
trouble.
were definitely.
We had a lot, we had a lot to
catch.
clear up. So obviously
thank
thanks
you to our finance
Yannick and finance department, because we're now back on track where we need to be and should have been all along. Construction on the playground in South Palm Park has begun. That started this week. So we will keep everyone apprised of that. We will be doing a ribbon cutting. It'll be after Thanksgiving, obviously, but we'll reach out to all of you guys just to make sure that your schedules will work for the date that we're looking at. So that is upcoming as well, and I will leave it at that.
All righty then,
Too late.
Madam Attorney.
So you all will see when you get to check your city email that you have an update from our office on some new litigation regarding a building permit issue. There's also, we have received an appeal for a trespass warning. So that will be in the circuit court level. And our office will handle that as well. And that is new litigation that we've had come in the last month. As Mr. Brown and Commissioner Segrich mentioned, we are working on our list to make sure that it's complete for you all to review and prioritize.
Thank you.
Motion to go home.
Or at least adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
There you go.
Do
Second.
we have a second? All in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, and good
I
night.
just wanted to inform you, Commissioner McVoy, the rules and procedures are coming back on the 2nd, and we will add your consensus item to the rules.
Thank you.